With roll call.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Romack? Here. Vice Mayor Klofstad?
Here.
Mayor Zabriskie?
Here.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Here.
I will note Councilmember Pallavi as absent this evening.
Thank you, sir. Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the republic for which one nation, indivisible, with
Okay, we have a full agenda, and what we're going to do is start with general public comments. These are comments on anything you want to bring to the council's attention that is not on the agenda for tonight. That means anyone who would like to share something with the council should come to the podium. They'll have 3 minutes to speak. Their comments should be directed to the council. And I would like if you could begin, even if you're a familiar presence in our chambers, I'd appreciate stating your name for the record.
I'll go first. Edward Bento, Executive Director of CAT. I just want to come today and address something that happened at the last meeting. And I got up to leave. I didn't realize you were speaking, Lindsay. So I wanted to apologize. I know we talked on the phone, but I wanted to do it in public because that's where it happened. I didn't mean to turn my back on you. So and I appreciate your support, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you too. And I apologize to you as well. My voice is cracking a little bit because I'm very sincere. And I appreciate the comments all of you made that evening. So thank you very much. And I hope you'll accept my apology here. And I truly am sorry. Thank you.
Of course, Mr. Vento. Thank you. Now, are there any other general comments? Mr.
Oh,
Vento.
sorry. I am going to leave because I have to go somewhere. Thank you.
Ms. Cashton, can you turn on your microphone, please? Make sure the button's green. I'll restart it.
Can you start me over? Thank you.
She is.
Now, how
Thank
do
you.
I have to do this?
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Truckee specifically incorporated to better keep records, to better maintain the roads, and to have better representation through a town council. Please accept this petition letter and this petition to review and agendize a discussion about properly recognizing the inherited legal status of West Street Avenue and to provide the Lavco Incorporation required services of road maintenance and snow removal of West Street Avenue. In the last council meeting, the Greenpoint property owner submitted irrefutable evidence that West Street was duly dedicated, accepted, and placed into the Nevada County road list in 1924. It was due to 2 Nevada County clerical errors that the road was mistakenly taken off the list in 1960 and 1990, as identified in the 33-page 2023 Nevada County Grand Jury Report, and further clarified in the petition I'll submit today. It is of concern that this council declined any review of the jury report and incorrectly responded to the jury that there was an HOA that maintained the road. It's false. We pray this council now doesn't want to be in direct violation of the Lavco agreements, jeopardizing the incorporation. We pay taxes for these services and yet have not received these services or reimbursement of funds spent to basically keep West Street Avenue safe. It is now time for the facts and truth to prevail and this council to demonstrate what transparency really means. It is our hope that the town will show integrity in maintaining and providing snow removal to this public road and put an end to the many obstructive efforts made by this town to restrict Greenpoint property owners of their legal rights while pressuring us to assume responsibility for West Street since 2003. We would hope that the town does not want to invite further investigation into the misactions and misstatements given by the Public Works Director and town attorneys. We would hope that the town is not going to cause further legal actions that will cost involved property owners further expense and grief, as well as needlessly exposing Truckee taxpayers to liability and potentially significant expenses. This would certainly include an investigation of Mr. Wilkins' lack of enforcing the town encroachment permits that have led to public and private property damage, as well as ongoing pollution of Donner Lake. We are keeping the various county supervisors and county and state attorneys in this loop for oversight to this council's next actions. We thank you for your consideration and encourage swift action. Please send a written response to the enclosed address. There are 90 parcels with 67 owners out of 69 that are signing on to this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
Any
Cashton.
questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Cashton. Are there any other members of the audience who would like to make a general public comment on an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we're going to move on. Please come forward to the podium. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. Mayor Zabriskie, Vice Mayor Klostad, council members, Town of Truckee staff. My name is Katie Hawkins, and I'm a resident of Town of Truckee and Donner Lake neighborhood. Before I begin, by a show of hands, does anyone here have a small market in their neighborhood? Folks in Glenshire, you have a market, right? Tahoe, Donner?
Katie?
Okay. Yes.
Can you just direct your comments
Oh,
to the
sorry.
council?
Okay, fine. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. We have markets, we have mailbox clusters in our neighborhood, and like those little library shares. And I think a lot of you have those in your neighborhoods. So do I. But the difference between my neighborhood and yours is that I have a California State Park, there are 3 beaches, a public boat launch, 37 docks, and a bike lane with no pedestrian barriers. And the speed in my neighborhood is 35 miles an hour, and yours is 25. And sadly, 2 months ago, an individual tragically lost their life, and another individual was seriously injured due to an impact with a vehicle in a high-traffic area in my neighborhood. Since I was before all of you last month, my neighbors and I have formed a working group, met with the Nevada County Supervisor and staff, and have gathered community support, asking for a traffic calming study to take place for Donner Pass Road. I've received a summary of the Donner Lake transportation concerns that was prepared by the town staff, so thank you. And now it's time to ask for that we have a more formal and coordinated effort, and that this initiative be put forth for a future town council meeting. Safety of our community members is a priority, and this needs to be addressed now. I'm here today to present to the council members, you should all have this, a support letter signed by 163 community members, asking for immediate action for a calming study by key stakeholders from the town of Truckee, Nevada County, Truckee Donner Recreation and Park District, and Sugar Bowl Resort. In closing, I appreciate the leadership of this team to help ensure that we are working together to better serve the mission and safety of our community members and the visitors that come to our region. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Okay, let me see again now. Are there any other people who wish to make a public comment?
Hello, my name is Mercy Galvin, and I've lived in Truckee over 30 years full-time, and 15 of those in the beautiful neighborhood of Donner Lake. I'm here tonight to support all the sentiments that Katie just shared. I'm one of the 163 that signed the letter, and have wanted to come try to do something like this for many years, but I'm super grateful that Katie has band our neighborhood together. So that's my main reason. But speeding is probably not a unique situation to our neighborhood, but I believe that our neighborhood is very unique, as some of the points that Katie brought up. In the short 4-mile section of Donner Pass Road, we have over 150 driveways that go down and numerous staircases. And we share that section of Donner Pass Road to our homes with so many people that are going, like she said, to the state park, to the public park at West End, to the 37 docks, to 2 hotels, to the famous Donner Lake Kitchen, to the ice creamery, various small businesses. And it's pedestrians, bicyclists, cars, campers that are using this road that we travel to our homes. We're unique because we also run parallel to Interstate 80, and when it closes more months than not, which it just did 2 weeks ago, I know within 5 minutes when the interstate is closed by the volume of cars and big rigs that go past my house. And this is, 9-10 months out of the year. So I think this makes our neighborhood unique. I appreciate the police presence that I have noticed, ticketing speeders and people that are parking in the bike lanes, which cause unsafe issues. Oh shoot, do I have a minute? No, yeah. I appreciate that, and I also appreciate the efforts of the town of what you've put in between the state park and Tahoe Donner Marina. With the boulders in the park, making parking a little bit safer. But I would hope that through this calming study that from Dock 31 mid-lake on, some of those measures can be implemented to make parking safer, because I have personally witnessed bicyclist pedestrian collisions. And I just think we need to make that area safer. My biggest ask, or you could share with me who I could speak to directly, or if you could be my voice with whoever sets the schedule to paint our bike lanes in that section. Last year, it did not happen until the first week of July. And I just think that is way too late to be striping the bike lanes at Donner Lake. I mean, as of this weekend, it's summertime at Donner Lake, and there's a volume of people using, and we don't want anybody else to get hurt or killed. So if you could share that name with me, or please be my voice to encourage that it gets done sooner. It's critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin.
Hi, everyone. My name's Lynn Redner. So I share all the same thoughts that Katie and Mercy shared with you. Just a little different perspective. A couple things that I would bring to your attention is Donner Lake is such a wonderful lake. We have erosion problems because of all the car parking on the shoulder that's feeding into that lake, and people pulling around, doing U-E's just to get on their dock parking. There are many spots that are not parked with no parking signs that should be addressed, because people are parking on very angled areas of that dirt, and the dirt is eroding down into the lake. Cars are sliding down. Almost every weekend, a car is getting pulled out that has slid over. Cars can't park safely on the dirt, so then they are blocking part of that bike lane, and they're not getting ticketed. I've seen some ticketing enforcing, but I see people up there starting to write a ticket, and somebody will run up and go, "Oh, I'll move my car," and they'll watch them move it, but their tires are still over the line. And, okay, that's fine. And I really feel like we need to enforce it better, and we need to really look at it and put no parking signs up where it is unsafe to park. I think there's a lot more that we could look at to make access to those docks more accessible and safer. Trolleys, speed bumps. I could come up with a number of things, and I'd love a task force if you'd be willing to even consider that. I think we have a number of people that be willing to work with you. But a calming study at the beginning, that would be awesome. I appreciate your help and in just hearing us out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Brittner.
Jack Cashton. I live on Donner Pass Road at Donner Lake. Last winter, I was nearly hit twice by cars passing on the wrong side of the road. It's obviously the double yellow line the whole way. Passing is illegal. The Donner Pass Road is curvy enough to have obscured sight lines, but straight enough that nobody has to slow for the curves. It's just a perfect storm, and the speed limit even is too slow, is too fast for that situation. Every time I back out of my driveway, I wait till there's no cars visible in either direction, and yet by the time I'm in a traffic lane, somebody's aggressively tailgating me. And I would ask that the next time the town does a speed study, that they don't do it in the summer, but do it at 3 to 5 o'clock on a off-season midweek commute time, because that's when the worst speeding is occurring, is also in the morning at commute times. That's when people are driving freeway speeds, getting to work or coming home from work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cashton.
Good evening, Mike Cook. Is this on? Mike Cook, thanks for opening the ear to your Donner Lake residents. It seems like we're pretty well represented this evening. I would echo Emily's sentiment as a property owner on West Reed, and formally request you guys re-review. I know that the town has kind of dug its heels in and said, don't come back unless something changes on the West Reed situation, but nothing's changed there. And the victim in that erosion on West Reed is Donner Lake, and the only entity that's going to take the reins on this and do something as a long-term fix is the town of Truckee. So I'd ask you to please re-review it and look into the grand jury's findings. As far as the speeding goes, I live smack dab in the middle of Donner Lake on Donner Pass Road. I have 2 teenage daughters, and when they pull out of their parking spot in front of my house, I fear that they're going to get rear-ended almost every day. I know the speed studies have not identified that being a huge safety issue, but what is it going to take? The town has a huge vested interest because the town built the bike lane in 2009. So they have liability. They have a vested interest. The town found a contractor to rent bicycles, e-bikes, at 4 locations along Donner Lake. So the town has an incredible vested interest in making sure that speeds along Donner Pass Road are appropriate for the uses of that road, which, according to my view of what the town has been encouraging, is more pedestrian use, which I absolutely agree with. So I thank you for lending an ear, and I encourage you to make the right decisions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Do I have to hit this button? Okay. Hi, I'm Paul Crawford. I'm at the other end of Donner Pass Road, Donner Pass and Roundhouse, and the speeding through there is tremendous. They run the stop signs, and there's kids that play around the artist loft, including Church Street. They drive way too fast. And, I think, Grass Valley has stop signs that are solar lit, that flash. Maybe something like that on Donner Pass and Roundhouse. They make things safer. And just to give you an update, we have lights now, security lights outside that are working, thanks to the new maintenance guy. And, it's kind of hard for me to talk fast. But, I know at one of these meetings months ago, there was a question asked, what does success look like? I am a success. I've been in a lot of trouble in the past years. Now I pick up trash. You know how much trash I picked up in Truckee in 3 years I've been up here? Too much. But that's what I do. And, to get support from the community, I do. I've got UP, they give me bags. Caltrans gives me grip sticks because I'm also part of the Adopt Highway in Grass Valley. So I kind of adopted from Tahoe the whole way down to the rail yard shops. And I find a lot of stuff. But anyhow, thanks for listening, and my wife gives her best. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Now it appears we've heard all the general public comments for the evening, and we'll move on to presentations, which we have a number. And we'll start off with a Small Business Big Applause Award. And I'm wondering if Doug Croney could join me at the podium. Perfect, right there. Nice to meet you, Doug. Okay. So in Truckee, we know that when someone is in need, our community doesn't sit on the sidelines. We act, we give, we come together. Tonight, the Town Council is proud to present our Small Business Big Applause Award to Tahoe Moving and Storage. So let me begin by saying when wildfires tore through the Los Angeles region earlier this year, Councilmember Henderson took the lead in organizing a local effort to gather desperately needed supplies. The response from our community was overwhelming. Truckee showed up, as it always does. But getting those supplies, which was approximately 7,500 pounds of essential goods, so that's nearly 4 tons, to the people who needed them most required more than generosity. It required action. That's when Tahoe Moving and Storage acted. Without hesitation, it freely gave staff time and transportation, ensuring that every box, every bag, every item of support made it safely to the LA Dream Center, where it was then distributed to the wildfire victims. Tahoe Moving and Storage didn't do it for recognition. It did it because it was the right thing to do. And in doing so, they reminded us that small businesses in small towns like Truckee can help us come together and make a real difference, not just here at home, but across our state. So tonight, on behalf of the Truckee Town Council, I'm honored to recognize Tahoe Moving and Storage for its outstanding community service and partnership. So I'd like it if you would please join me in welcoming Doug Croney from Tahoe Moving and Storage in accepting this award. And I would like to invite Doug to say a few words after the applause. And the black, yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Didn't get told I was speaking today, so I was just taking an award. Yeah, it was an honor. Councilwoman got to us. She gave us a call, and we knew there was a need. We knew that there was going to be a huge outpour of support from the community, and there was huge. I mean, we had a 24-footer full, and we were thinking maybe a pickup truck, maybe a small trailer. But super grateful that we could help out in this need, and yeah, it was a good time. And Gabe right here is our driver. He showed up. He went all the way down. Yeah, thank you for this award. Appreciate it.
Mayor, Mayor, can we do a picture in the front and maybe the council members, and if your team wants to come up for the picture?
We got the #1 team member.
Yeah. How old is the baby?
9 weeks.
I'm so worried about the baby. Let's get this in here, Gabe.
We need that.
stressful getting up there, but.
Okay, bear with me. We have 4 proclamations, and I'd like to begin with a proclamation for Truckee Day. So whereas Truckee Day happens every year on the first Saturday in June, and will celebrate its 22nd annual event on Saturday, June 7th, 2025. And whereas the event is a townwide community effort to pick up roadside litter in preparation for the summer season and to show our community pride. And whereas 20 neighborhood check-in stations have been created throughout town and community members have signed up to champion these stations, and whereas efforts to recruit hundreds of volunteers to pick up litter have been successful and are still underway, and whereas Truckee Day is funded through generous contributions made by the community, and whereas to celebrate the conclusion of cleanup efforts, a community block party and barbecue from the Truckee Optimists, as well as a community expo, are planned for the afternoon of Truckee Day, commencing at the Truckee River Regional Park. And whereas to coincide with Tahoe Bike Month, Truckee Day volunteers are encouraged to ride their bikes to the block party, where a free bike valet will be provided at the Truckee River Regional Park. And whereas the town wishes to acknowledge the contributions of donors, neighborhoods, and champions, volunteers, and all the community members who take part in this long-standing tradition to better our environment, now therefore be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that the 7th day of June 2025 is Truckee Day. Good. Yeah, don't we have, it is Annalise. Okay, I'm sorry. Annalise, you didn't have to.
Our planning committee.
Oh, it's the whole planning?
Our whole committee can come on.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole committee.
Okay. Okay, I fell apart there a little bit on the script. But people saved me, so I'd like to present this plaque to Annalise and the rest of the committee, Mel, Gravitas, and the rest. Thank you.
Can we take a photo?
Okay, no, one of you gets to say something. Mel, you, or Annalise. Maybe Annalise.
I'll just say Truckee Day is a really fun community tradition, and sign up if you haven't yet. You can sign up online, keeptruckeegreen.org/Truckee Day. It's really one of my favorite traditions we do in Truckee, so thanks for making it happen.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Come on over here. We'll repeat the scene. Give it to you. Okay. So, this proclamation concerns our Hall of Fame. Whereas, and so the recipient's a surprise recipient, but you'll soon know. Whereas Truckee Day happens the first Saturday in June each year and will celebrate its 22nd year of making the streets shine brighter on Saturday, June 7th, and whereas the event is a townwide community effort to pick up and properly dispose of roadside litter in preparation for the summer season, including a townwide block party to celebrate Truckee Pride, and whereas, Annalise, could you come on up here? Annalise Miller, Truckee resident, graphic designer and active community member, has been involved in Truckee Day since the early years of the event. And whereas Annalise Miller is responsible for designing all the Truckee Day graphics utilized to promote and market the event, and has donated a significant portion of her time to the event through in-kind donation of her services. And whereas she not only designs the graphics, but is also a member of the Truckee Day Planning Committee, where she volunteers her time to support the event marketing efforts, including organizing newspaper ads, hanging banners, posting flyers, and supports hosting the Glenshire Neighborhood Check-in Station. And whereas yet again, Annalise Miller has been a Truckee resident for over 30 years and is being recognized as a distinguished Truckee resident who has shown a commitment to the betterment of our community. Now for be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that Annalise Miller is receiving the Truckee Day Hall of Fame Award for 2025 to honor her efforts and contributions towards making Truckee Day a successful event year after year and helping to keep Truckee clean and green. Annalise, thank you very much.
So sweet.
Of course.
Sweet of you.
Okay, another photo, Come on.
Mel.
Okay, so Aaron, where are we? Yeah, so Aaron's here. Mel Grabitis, keep going on over. Did you all know it's also National Bike Month? Okay, whereas, well, what's that? Where are we?
We're right here. We're
Truckee
still on
Day.
Truckee Day. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. There's not a written thing. Sorry.
Why don't you go ahead? Let me stand
Sorry,
back.
we had a last minute addition to the list. So real quick, just wanted to make one more acknowledgement related to Truckee Day. Melanie Grabitis. Without Mel, this event wouldn't be possible. This is her 7th year helping make Truckee Day happen. And she consistently goes above and beyond what is the sort of duties that are part of her job, recruiting neighborhood champions, participating in the event. And I think many of her friends are well aware of this. They have been voluntold that they will be leading a neighborhood cleanup. But we just wanted to acknowledge all the work that she does to making this happen. And again, hope to see you all out there on June 7th.
Thank you, Mel.
That's so sweet. Thank you, guys.
Okay, two more. Whereas May is National Bike Month. Let's see, who do we need up here?
It's Truckee Dirt Union. I think Matt is here.
Matt, yeah, Matt.
Matt, if you want to join the mayor at the podium,
Can
that
you
would
join
be
me
great.
up here, Matt? Thanks. My apologies, I got carried away on the others earlier. Okay, thank you. Okay, joining me is Matt Chappell. You say Chapel? Okay.
Sure. Chapel.
Yeah, Chapel with the Truckee Dirt Union. Whereas May is National Bike Month, promoted by the League of American Bicyclists and celebrated in communities from coast to coast since 1956. And whereas the Truckee Tahoe region celebrates June as Bike Month to avoid late season inclement weather, and for 20 years the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition, and other local groups have celebrated Bike Month with events throughout the month to encourage bicycling for recreation, commuting, and to replace car trips. And whereas Truckee Dirt Union, a 501c3 nonprofit, advocates for the creation of an intentionally built and sustainable mountain bike trail network, And whereas Truckee Dirt Union's mission is to activate and organize Truckee's mountain bike community through grassroots efforts, enrichment events, youth education, stewardship, and volunteerism. And whereas bicycling is a viable, healthy, and environmentally sound form of transportation and a form of recreation supported by the town's general plan, our Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, and the Nevada County Active Transportation Plan. And whereas Truckee's bicycle network consists of miles of trails, bike lanes, and bike routes, which collectively serves bicyclists throughout the year, thereby reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on roads, all while playing an integral part in connecting citizens and communities. And whereas to celebrate June Bike Month in Truckee, Bike to School Day will be held on June 6th, Bike Everywhere Day will be held on June 18th, and the 20th Annual Tahoe Bike Challenge and the 2nd Annual Truckee Bike Month Bingo Challenge will be held all month long. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that June 25 is recognized as Truckee Tahoe Bike Month, and encourages all residents, visitors, and commuters to join with our community in participation in local and regional June Bike Month activities. And so it is my honor to present this proclamation to Mark Chappell on behalf of the Dirt Bike Union. And would you like to say anything?
Sure.
This is your opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. He basically stole my speech for the day, but it's all right. We'll give him some credit. You did a fantastic job. Thank you. I do want to thank the town of Truckee. I've been here for 25 years commuting by bicycle, and I know it's not perfect at the moment, but it has come so far in the last 25 years, so far, from death-defying rides down West River, where the white line terminated into a 6-foot drainage ditch, to actually having bike lanes down Donner Pass Road and sidewalks. None of that was here just a short while ago. So thank you very much, and thank you for this acknowledgement on behalf of the Truckee Dirt Union.
Could Shannon Decker and Lily Ryerson, if these people are here, Lily Ryerson, Brooklyn Johnston, Nadas Garcia, and Alani Darius, or is it Darius? Darius? Join me. And do you have any other members who'd like to join? Okay. This is enough? Okay. Whereas May is recognized nationwide as Mental Health Month, a time to raise awareness, reduce stigma, and promote open conversations about the overall well-being and success of every individual, especially young people who are navigating increasing pressures and challenges in their lives. And whereas 1 in 5 students has a diagnosable mental illness, yet 80% of them do not receive the support they need. And 50% of high school students with emotional and behavioral conditions drop out of school, contributing to higher rates of unemployment, elevated health risks, and involvement in the justice system, ultimately representing 80% of the adult prison population. And whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death among teenagers in the United States, emphasizing the urgent need for prevention efforts and supportive mental health resources. Whereas rising levels of anxiety and stress are being reported by students and adults, driven in part by growing uncertainty surrounding economic instability, immigration concerns, and other societal pressures that deeply affect our families, schools, and communities. And whereas community events like Hike for Hope, taking place on June 22nd at Donner Lake, promote awareness and raise vital funds for local mental health initiatives, school-based programming, peer support efforts, and public messaging campaigns. And whereas the town of Truckee proudly supports the students of Alder Creek Middle School's Hope Squad, who are taking courageous steps to support their peers, promote kindness, and reduce stigma around mental health. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that May 2025 is Mental Health Month in Truckee. And we urge all residents and organizations to join in raising awareness and working together to ensure everyone has the opportunity to feel seen, supported, and hopeful. And so I would just like to have just whoever you may prefer just speak a little bit about Mental Health Month in your organization. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging us as a student body working in the mental health department with our school. It has, like he has said, that it has been a struggle increasingly over the years that students and teenagers have been not getting as much help as they need or require. And it is just very much an honor for thanking you for acknowledging us as a group.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Mayor, while you're headed back to your seat, I'll just go right into town manager's report. I have 4 items tonight. The first, there's 2 activities happening in town on Thursday, this coming Thursday. First, Bridge Street will be closed. The railroad is going to be doing some work, so there will be no vehicle crossing over the railroad. However, pedestrians and bicyclists will be able to cross, so plan accordingly. And then also the Truckee Litter Corps will be happening on Thursday from 4:30 to 6:30 at Johnson Canyon Trailhead. If you're interested in participating in that, you can get more information on the town's website or Keep Truckee Green. On Friday, we'll be hosting members of Park City, Utah leadership. So we have about 50 to 70 folks coming. They'll be spending a few days in the region, and on Friday, we'll be visiting us here in Truckee. So if you see people out and about in our community, seeing the work that we're doing here and asking questions and dining in the restaurants, that's who those people are. Say hi and welcome them to Truckee. And then lastly, on June 7th is Truckee Day, and I think we talked about that a lot, but just if you're interested in getting more information on that, please join the cleanup efforts and the barbecue after, and that's all I have tonight.
Thank you. Do the council members have any questions regarding the presentations?
I don't have any questions, but I have a quick comment.
Certainly.
Okay. I know Doug and his team from Tahoe Moving and Storage already left, but I just really wanted to thank them again in front of all of you and for anyone who's watching. It really was a Herculean effort. We packaged up 7,500 pounds in goods that were needed by the wildfire victims and brought them to a nonprofit down in LA. We worked until, 8, 9 o'clock at the rec center. Sven, thank you again for that space there, packaging things, palletizing all of these goods, diapers, brand new socks, baby formula, paper goods, just basics that people need in their everyday lives. And the folks at Tahoe Moving, they showed up. They helped us palletize all of those goods. They loaded them onto the truck. That was really, really hard. Some of the things were really heavy. And about 6 o'clock that morning, we took off for LA. We actually got stuck in a new wildfire that broke out, so we got turned around. An 8-hour drive became 12. We delivered to the LA Dream Center the next morning and hightailed it another 8 hours right back to Truckee. So it was hard work, and Doug and his entire team, they showed up. Their generosity, their compassion, their willingness to help others, people who, they didn't even know, just to show up like that for our other California neighbors was so inspiring. And I'm just so grateful to them and to everyone who participated in that effort. So thank you.
Anything down here? Okay. Jen, did you want to add anything now on your manager's report on the Donner Lake Road?
No, not at the moment. We've definitely received all the public comments. We've been trying to gather data and understand what that's showing, and then we'll be engaging in a conversation to understand what the experience is, but we don't have that finalized yet.
Okay, thank you. And now we're going to move on to the consent items. These are considered non-controversial items, and I'm going to read through them. There's 9 of them, and then we'll ask if anybody would like to poll and have them considered further. The first one is simply the minutes of the last meeting on May 13th, and then the minutes from the April 29th Joint County City Town Jurisdictional Special Meeting. 6.3 is authorizing the settlement and payment release of a damages claim for $33,000. And then 6.4 is the 2025 4th of July fireworks celebration event sponsorship request from the Truckee Donner Recreation and Parks District. And 6.5 is the Town of Truckee Clean California Community Pledge. 6.6, budget amendment for miscellaneous the curb and gutter replacement projects. 6.7, contract award for development of a municipal electric vehicle infrastructure master plan. 6.8, professional service contract amendment with SOMAS for consulting town surveyor services. And then 6.9 is acceptance of the financial status update for the period ended April 30, 2025, and purchasing authority with the CDW government. Does anyone on the council wish to pull an item? Is there anyone on staff who wishes to pull an item?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to pull an item? Seeing none, do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
Mayor, I'd like to make that motion, but I would like to just make one quick comment, please.
Sure, please, go ahead.
I just want to give our community a shout out for the Town of Truckee Clean California Community Pledge. This is not a town thing. This is not a Town of Truckee agency thing. It is because our entire community is so committed to keeping our environment clean that we are able to make this pledge. This is taking coordination and collaboration with multiple partners and agencies, which I'm not going to try to start naming because I'll forget too many. But I just want to recognize that this is something that we are able to do and potentially will benefit from based on the commitment that our community has made to this. And with that, I would like to make a motion to pass all of the consent agenda items.
I'll second.
Okay, we've been moved and seconded. Should we do a roll call?
You want a roll call vote, Mayor?
Sure.
Okay. Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Klobstad?
Yes.
Mayor Zabriskie?
Yes.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, unanimous among the sitting members. And now we'll move on to the discussion items, beginning with consideration of Resolution 2025-38, renewing the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District. Staff? Carissa, there you are.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight we are talking once again about the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District. Tonight is the public hearing and the resolution of renewal. And just for those who may not be familiar, the TBID, or the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District, is a self-assessment by our lodging property owners in Truckee. It's not a tax. The town uses its taxing authority to collect on behalf of the T-bid, and they pass the funds through to the Owners Association, which is Visit Truckee Tahoe. Excuse me. It's restricted to uses that provide a special benefit to the assessed properties, which is specified in the Management District Plan, or the MDP. The current rate is 1.25%. Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994 governs how the funds can be used and how it's formed and how it's renewed, which is the process we've been following. In a little history, the T-bid was formed originally in 2015 for a 5-year term, was renewed in 2020 for a 5-year term, and our current T-bid expires June 30th, 2025. The Management District Plan is a document that specifies how the T-bid operates. Updates to the new plan include increasing the length to 10 years, as well as adding a new at-large seat to the Board of Directors. Many steps are involved in the T-bid renewal process. Petitions have been received by payors representing more than 50% of the projected revenue. A resolution of intent to renew was adopted by your town council, and a notice of public meeting and public hearing was issued by the town clerk, and a public meeting was held to allow public comment regarding the renewal. Our current step is holding a public hearing. If a written protest is received from payors representing more than 50% of the district's projected revenue by the hearing, the T-bid will not be renewed. I'll go into this in more detail, but we have not received that number. And resolution information would be the final step. This is the timeline that we followed. So tonight's process, step 1 is to hold a public hearing. Step 2 is the Management District Plan. Step 3, resolution of formation. So as of today, 27 protest letters have been received, along with 20 public comments in support of the T-bid. The number of protest letters represents less than 1.5% of their payers and do not meet the threshold. Written protests must be filed with the town clerk at or before the final hearing. A written protest may be withdrawn in writing at any time before the conclusion of the final hearing. Each written protest must contain the name of the business and owner or authorized representative presenting the information of the district. Protesting the information. Step 2 for tonight is the Management District Plan. At the end of the hearing, Town Council may adopt, revise, change, reduce, or modify the proposed assessment or types of improvements, maintenance, and activities to be funded with the revenues from the assessments. Any changes proposed must be consistent with the T-bid law, and activities funded must provide a special benefit to the payors. The proposed Management District Plan for the next 10 years was developed with input from staff, and staff does not recommend any changes at this point. And step 3 for tonight is the resolution information. Council may choose to renew the T-bid by adopting Resolution 2025-38, which is the resolution information. The resolution declares the results of the majority protest proceedings, renews the T-bid through June 30th, 2035, adopts and approves the Management District Plan, and designates Visit Truckee Tahoe as the Owners Association. So in conclusion, the recommended action are to hold the public hearing for the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District renewal, declare results of a majority protest proceeding, and adopt Resolution 2025-38, renewing the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District.
Thank you, Carissa. And so now we'll turn to any council clarifying questions, starting with Councilmember Romack.
No questions.
Councilmember Henderson.
No questions, thank you.
Vice Mayor Klofstad. I have no questions. So now we'll turn to public comment. Are there any members of the public who would like to make a comment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll come back to the council for deliberation. Let's begin with Councilmember Henderson.
I'm ready to make a motion. This is definitely not the first time that we've seen this, but I would love to allow the opportunity if any of my fellow council members want to deliberate anything.
Okay, now we'll flip to the other side. Councilmember Romack.
I am comfortable with a motion proceeding. Appreciate all the effort that's gone into getting us to today.
And I see that the Vice Mayor is nodding her head. Do I have a motion?
So shall I make the motion? Yes? Okay. So I move we have held a public hearing for the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District renewal and declare results of a majority protest proceeding, and that we adopt Resolution 2025-38, renewing the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District.
Second?
I will second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 7.2.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the introduction. As stated, I'm Rosie Johnson, Program Analyst for the Short-Term Rental Division. And tonight I'm going to present on potential hosted rental requirement modifications. I'll start with the discussion introduction. Truckee Municipal Code Chapter 5.02 currently allows for the operation of hosted rentals, which are defined as one permitted bedroom within a dwelling unit where the homeowner occupies the dwelling unit as their primary place of residence, and where one designated bedroom is rented for the purpose of continuous overnight lodging for a period of not less than one night and not more than 30 consecutive days. On May 13th, 2025, a majority of Town Council requested to agendize a discussion regarding potential minor cleanup amendments to this chapter to permit a full-time tenant to operate a hosted rental within the rented dwelling under certain conditions. The purpose of this agenda item is to have this discussion and to request policy direction from Town Council on such amendments. Next, I'll briefly discuss hosted rental background and history. In 2020, as a part of the short-term rental ordinance discussion, Town Council determined that hosted rentals, which were formerly called bed and breakfasts or B&Bs, would continue to complete a one-time rather than annual registration, continue to remit transient occupancy tax, and be exempt from the short-term rental ordinance rules and regulations. In 2022, the B&B Definition and Development Code was amended, which defined requirements and narrowed the definition to ensure that the hosted rental exemption is only used for rentals that meet the intent of renting a single bedroom within an occupied primary residence. One of the key changes was an amendment to the definition to require that the homeowner occupy the single-family dwelling as their principal place of residence and that they shall live on site for the entirety of the guest stay. Then in 2024, the hosted rental ordinance was adopted, which introduced expanded operating requirements for hosted rentals. The ordinance further required that each existing B&B certificate holder register for a new hosted rental registration certificate by April 1st, 2025, and renew every 3 years thereafter. With Ordinance 2024-08 going into effect and B&B certificate holders required to apply for a new hosted rental certificate by April 1st, 2025, the town became aware of an issue affecting one hosted rental property. A long-term tenant who received a B&B certificate prior to the 2022 definition change, who had actively rented and submitted transient occupancy tax since that time, had applied to register under the new hosted rental registration process. It was not permitted to do so because they are not the homeowner. It is important to note the requirement of a hosted rental host to be the homeowner has been in effect since 2022. However, because B&B registration certificates did not have a renewal requirement, the discrepancy was not identified until operators were required to register under the new hosted rental certificate program. A recommended approach for council to consider would include limiting the hosted rental ordinance modifications to encompass long-term tenants that held a hosted rental certificate prior to the initial definition change on May 24th, 2022, and that have continued to operate a hosted rental and remit transient occupancy tax since that date. Under this scenario, a long-term tenant who did not meet that requirement would not be eligible for a hosted rental certificate, but could apply for a short-term rental registration certificate with homeowner permission. A few key policy questions and issues arise with consideration to the scenario stated. Staff recommend requiring that the applicant provide homeowner approval for the long-term tenant to short-term rent a single permitted bedroom as a hosted rental. This could be received in the form of a lease addendum or notarized approval letter from the homeowner. Furthermore, staff recommend that the homeowner and the long-term tenant are jointly and severally liable for any violation of the Truckee Municipal Code and collection and remittance of transient occupancy tax. The reason being is in the event of non-payment of transient occupancy tax per Truckee Municipal Code Chapter 3.24, the way the town enforces is through a lien on the property. Without maintaining the town's authority to lien, we would severely limit the town's ability to enforce. It should be noted that this condition is consistent with the requirements for short-term rentals, wherein the owner is responsible for all violations regardless of whether the short-term rental is operated by the owner or a third party. This leads us to the end of the presentation and the final recommendation. Staff recommend that Town Council provide policy direction on whether to move forward with hosted rental requirement modifications in relation to long-term tenants operating a hosted rental with homeowners' consent. Furthermore, if Council directs staff to amend hosted rental requirements, staff recommend that Council provide specific policy direction and that these requirements include the homeowner position, permission and joint and several liability provisions described on the previous slide. If directed to move forward with modifying hosted rental policy, staff anticipate bringing a draft ordinance to council for consideration in June. And alternatively, council could direct staff to bring back hosted rental requirement modifications different than those described, or could direct staff not to move forward with regulation modification at all. And that brings us to the end of the presentation, and I'll turn it over to council.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Council questions. Let's begin again with Councilmember Romack.
No questions.
Councilmember Henderson.
No questions, thank you.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
No questions. That was very complete and very helpful in understanding the process that we've been through here. So thank you.
Yeah. So Rosie, you're asking that the council provide direction. Could the direction simply be to adopt what you've essentially recommended?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now it's time for.
Just to clarify, we need to come back with an ordinance. You can't
Yeah.
adopt tonight, but you can give us direction to bring you
Yes.
that ordinance back.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. To bring back as you recommended. Yeah. Okay. Any public comments?
Good evening, Council. First, I just want to say thank you very much for putting this on the agenda tonight. Outside of Anna, honestly, I felt really unheard and didn't feel like it meant anything that I've been part of this town for several decades and that one person who was affected by this ordinance change. So thank you for having the discussion and bringing it back on the agenda. I am a little bit confused. So would this mean I would get it back, or I would have to go through the STR process?
Just
One
direct-
of your comments made me.
Just direct it us, and then
Okay.
we can ask.
Okay, I was a little bit confused by the slide and what was recommended and the comments that were made at the time, and I may have just misheard, but it sounded like I would have to apply for an STR certificate as opposed to a tenant-operated hosted rental. And so I want to make sure that I understood that correctly, because I'm really hoping that I get my certificate back to become a hosted rental again. I also would consider that the council members look at how this has worked as a wonderful opportunity for me as a full-time renter, being able to stay in this town, work with the homeowners so that they may have an option to use that room when they want to come back in town. But they've really created an opportunity for me as a full-time workforce person looking for affordable renting opportunities. They've provided that for me. And if I'm the only exception, that means no one else can benefit as I've benefited. And I would just really urge council to reconsider to include others that could also benefit from this and not require regulation and all of this stuff. Because I think from the previous meetings, there's only 26 hosted rentals. So it's really an opportunity for workforce to obtain affordable housing and work with homeowners without all these other programs. So with that, thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Can we pass on that question to you, Rosie? Are you able to answer the first question?
Most definitely. So 2 scenarios were posed for long-term tenants. The initial one is essentially in June, we're going to be proposing ordinance modifications for including if hosted rental or B&B formally certificate was registered prior to the May 2022 date, that they're going to be able to proceed with maintaining a registration as a hosted rental. The second scenario was in reference to those that didn't have one prior to that date, that they're unable to register as a hosted rental, but would be able to sign up with homeowners' approval for a short-term rental registration certificate, which is currently already an option.
Now let's go if there's any follow-up questions by other council members in light of the public comment. None. Okay, could you give me your thoughts on what the the commenter asked about broadening the permission for other long-term tenants to do the hosted rentals. What are the, as you see it, what are the pros and cons?
I guess I could speak to generated interest. We've only had one previously, well, in the future, tenant-operated hosted rental. We haven't received any inquiries in regards to that. I understand the benefit and opportunity, especially given homeowners' approval to operate a hosted rental as a long-term tenant. But I'll kind of log that back up to council in regards to if you'd like us to proceed with consideration of long-term tenants and opening it to long-term tenants in general for hosted rental, and or the recommendations that were proposed.
Okay, thank you, Rosie. So are we ready to go into
I see
deliberation?
Hillary and Jen both look like they might want to add.
Okay, sure.
I'm curious.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I think your previous conversation about this when you first visited, I think the intention that you had expressed was, and that staff had shared, was allowing this to be an opportunity for long-term rentals versus short-term rentals. So that was part of the reason it was excluded in the previous discussion.
Anything to add, Hillary?
Yeah, I'll add to that a bit. I think there's different perspectives on what policy would support long-term housing. On the one hand, the revenue may help a long-term tenant afford to stay in a housing unit. On the other hand, it could also encourage a renter to rent a larger housing unit with the option of using an extra bedroom as a hosted rental for short-term stays versus getting a long-term roommate, which could help provide additional long-term housing for other community members. So those are some of the nuances that we were considering in this
So
policy.
essentially kind of partly converting the home into essentially a short-term rental, even though they're there full-time, even though the tenant's there full-time.
It would be using a portion of that rental property as for short-term stays versus long-term stays.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Are we ready for deliberation? I'm going to come back to you, Councilmember Romack.
Sure, I'm happy to go. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. I am comfortable with staff's recommendation of, I think when we heard the hosted rental, we heard at that time there weren't a lot of issues with any of the tenants. I know there have not been any issues in this specific case, so comfortable moving forward. I think to what Hillary just brought up, there are so many different nuances to opening this up farther, and so I am comfortable keeping it as if you were a hosted rental prior to 2022, you'd be able to keep renting, but not broadening it. As we heard, people who long-term rent would be able to apply for a short-term rental certificate, so that is an option. But I do think we offer a lot of other programs, that are trying to target some of those other housing aspects. And we know staff's time is at a premium, so I do not see it as a priority to dive into this deeper and broaden it.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah, I'll just say there are always situations we can't anticipate, right? Every policy is imperfect, and we learn a lot when we're actually implementing policies. So Sherry, I really want to thank you for bringing this forward and saying, hey, this is a critical issue, and it really is impactful. So I really appreciate you doing that. And I'm sorry if you didn't feel heard and if this wasn't fast enough, but I hope we're going to get to a solution tonight. I'm also comfortable moving forward with the hosted rental ordinance modification as proposed by staff, including the homeowner consent when the individual is not the homeowner, and the liability provisions, and that May 22 date, I think it was, right? So going back to that. So I'm comfortable with that. And again, just Sherry, thank you for being here and for consistently coming and showing up.
Vice Mayor Klovstad.
I am in agreement with Councilmember Romack and Councilmember Henderson, and I'm ready for a motion.
Okay. And I'm, for the commenter, perseverance furthers, you exemplify that saying. And I'm in agreement with my fellow council members directing staff to proceed as staff has proposed. So do we have a motion?
I don't think we need a motion because we'll come back next meeting.
Right. Councilmember Romack, do you want to
I don't think we have to make a motion. They got our direction.
Yeah, we got your direction.
Okay,
So
yeah.
we'll come back.
Great. So we can move on to item 7.3. This is consideration of a purchase and sale agreement with TRTR LLC. Dan Wilkins will present for staff.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, this is consideration by the council of authorizing the town manager to enter into a purchase option agreement with TRTR LLC, probably more commonly referred to by us collectively as the Old Trestle Project on West River Street. So for orientation, this little green box here is the property that the town currently owns. It's referred to as the old county courtyard property. And in relation to downtown Truckee, it's on the south side of the railroad tracks. This is McIver Crossing, West River Street here, Bridge Street, and Donner Pass Road and Commercial Row in this area. This is a picture of the property circa 1993. So from 1964 until 1994, when the town incorporated, this was the base of road maintenance operations, or the home of the road maintenance operations by Nevada County for what was then the unincorporated area of Truckee. And this thing right here, that's the old sand and salt barn that the county had. And what you see here, that's what we have come to refer to as the Old Trestle property, the existing Old Trestle property. A lot of work has happened on this property over the past couple of decades. The town acquired the property from Nevada County in 2004. Shortly after that, we did on-site soil cleanup. There was contamination at the surface level from the road maintenance operations that had occurred there over the prior decades. In the 2010 to 2011 timeframe, there was a property master planning effort that was initiated to try to figure out what did the town want to do with that property. That culminated in basically a feasibility study and an acceptance of that study by the council, as well as a request for interest by the development community to potentially do private development on that property. Now, what happened in 2011 when that request went out, there were no respondents. So at that time, the economy was not in a good place, and the property still had some other contamination issues going on with it, and there was, at that time, no interest by the development community in engaging with the town on doing a project there. So from 2010 to 2017, there were subsurface contamination cleanup activities performed on the property. That had nothing to do with the former use of the property. What had happened was upgradient gas stations from prior decades had leaked fuel, and that fuel was leaching through basically the ground from the north side of the railroad tracks, under the railroad tracks, across our property and headed to the Truckee River. So we allowed the responsible parties, who were the former gas station operators, to occupy our property so that they could intercept that subsurface flow of hydrocarbon or gasoline. So it wasn't us doing the cleanup, but we allowed other people to occupy our property to do that cleanup in order to keep that plume from reaching the Truckee River. Once that was complete, the town reactivated work on the property, re-engaged with the community in a community outreach effort, and went out for another request for interest from the development community to potentially do some amount of private development on that property. In 2020, there was a virtual public meeting, and what also occurred in 2017 was we had 2 interested parties who approached the town and said we would be interested in doing some type of development on the property. Both parties were former town council members who were no longer on the town council. One was Alicia Barr, who's here with her husband Andy tonight. Their interest was in acquiring a small amount of property on the western side that was adjacent to the property that they already own. And I think the motivation there was to give them more flexibility in providing a larger project than they would otherwise be able to. That would be, I think what they're envisioning is a restaurant that would have engagement of both the park and the Truckee River. On the other side of the property, the east side, that was the property that Joan Jones expressed interest in and developing. At that time, I think the interest was in a food court type property. So then after we received that information, or those proposals, a master plan was developed, with the notion of those two development or private land uses in mind, and it included basically a park in the middle of the property, and then these development nodes on either side. And then things slowed down again, I think partly due to COVID, and partly due to the time needed to develop the park portion of the property in a more significant way, as well as to try to advance the streetscape projects and some of the other activities that the town was taking the lead on West River Street. So back the 2011 alternatives, these were some concepts that were developed. One was a restaurant on one side of the property with a larger park. Another was a smaller park with development across the entirety of the property. Again, we went through the request. This is some documentation from when we went through the second request for interest in 2017. And then, as I mentioned, there was a revised idea in terms of how to use the property that included what in the red colors are the future building footprints, and the green being the park that we just got done building as the town. I wanted to point out that in the exhibit in the staff report that's similar to this, it was labeled, what's currently Truckee Tire was labeled as Dependable Tow, which was the prior business that was there, and where this future parking label is located in the other exhibit, it said distillery parking. The reason for that was an older exhibit from a point in time when the old Trestle Distillery was actually the lessees of the land between what was then Dependable Tow and the railroad tracks. Since that time, that lease has been vacated, and the town of Truckee has acquired an easement in that area. And as I think you all are aware, our intention is to build a public parking lot in that location. So I just wanted to clarify that. In 2020, another step that we took was to go through the Surplus Land Act process. So that's basically a public noticing process that we have to go through as a public agency, stating our intent to sell portions of the property. And again, the portion we're talking about tonight is what's referred to here as Section A. It's about 12 1/100ths of an acre of land. And then this is a little more detail on the public notice process we went through. So the basic terms that are in front of you tonight to consider authorizing the town manager to enter into would be for TRTR LLC, so that's the incarnation of what was previously referred to as Old Trestle, and this is the LLC that they formed for that project that they're pursuing. It would be for them to pay $390,000 for the 0.12 acres of land. They would contribute an additional $300,000 towards future off-site parking, which would be that parking lot that I referred to a moment ago. There would be project development timeframe milestones, so the certain amount of time to get a land use permit application submitted, certain amount of time if they get that land use permit approved to receive building permits, certain amount of time to build the project, so that this is not an open-ended time frame in terms of exercising this option agreement. The final sale would not occur until the property is actually being ready, for building permit issuance to make sure that we don't sell the property, then have it sit vacant for an extended period of time, which is not what we're trying to accomplish. So by the time you add up the various timeframes in the option agreement, basically it's a 5-year total that this option agreement would remain open. So also I wanted to point out that there's nothing about this option agreement that like pre-approves a project there. A project review would need to go through the same process any other project would need to go through. They'd need to provide detailed building and site plans. There would be neighborhood notifications that would occur as a part of the land use review process, and then there would be a future review by the Truckee Planning Commission on the compliance with a project like this with the town development code. So with that, the staff recommendation is that you authorize the town manager to execute the purchase option agreement that was included in your staff report. And what that would result in is the town selling that 0.12 acres of land that's currently a part of the Old County Courtyard property. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dan. Clarifying questions beginning with Councilmember Henderson.
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Romack.
No questions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
None. Thank
Okay.
you.
I have just a couple, Dan. We got a public, could you go back to the map from when the workshops were held?
Oops.
You just went
this
one
slide?
past the map themselves. Okay.
Okay, these were from 2011.
Okay. 2011. All right. We had a question about how the public benefits, how the community benefits from this purchase option. And I'm going to test your memory. It's my understanding this combination of private development and a public park was what came out of the workshops.
Yes. The first round of workshops back in the 2010, 2011 timeframe.
Okay.
And I think the notion at the time was that some of that property should be used to provide public access to the Truckee River, and that if some of the property were used for private development that would generate activity at that area of West River Street, that could function as kind of an anchor that may help spur redevelopment activity between there and the Bridge Street intersection, I think was the basic concept that was arrived at.
Okay. And at the time, that reflected the community interest.
That was through the community process and the town council reviewing that. That's what was determined by the town council to best reflect the right long-term use of that property.
Okay.
There were certainly differences of opinion.
Okay.
In that process. Some folks thought it should be all park. Some folks thought it should just be left level and fully developed. Some folks thought it should be a parking lot. There were lots of different opinions, but ultimately this combination of private and public areas is what was settled upon.
Okay. And then could you go to the map, the most recent map? And there was a question about whether the public would be able to engage with the river, have free river access and be able to engage with the river. Is there any limitation on public access along the length of this river?
So everything that you see in green on this exhibit would remain as public property controlled by ultimately you as the town council. The red areas are what would be private property, and the one red area we're speaking about tonight is the one where my cursor is right here. Okay. So that would be private property. There's nothing in the purchase and sale agreement that establishes that can't be used for private purposes. I think the reason some of those earlier exhibits showed the notion of a restaurant over there is, even though, going to a restaurant is not something that's free, it's something that generally restaurants want business and they want to encourage people to patronize that restaurant. And that creates another method for people to engage with the river, even though it's different than a park, which is just, come on out, use it for free. There's no expectation of any kind of compensation to use a park, obviously.
Yes. Okay. And so the only part of the building that touches on the riverbank is just that one corner, right? The southwest corner.
Yes, that is the case. I will point out that there's a significant elevation drop, from the elevation of this property down to the river. So even though that area that's in green between what's referred to as the future building and the river would remain in public property, remain in public ownership, it's not well suited for the general public to be scrambling around down there. And you all may have recalled from when we were having discussions about the park design, we were talking about whether or not we want to encourage people to be scrambling down that steep bank to the river's edge or not. And the direction at that time was to not necessarily encourage that just because of the topography and the potential for erosion.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Now it's time for public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment, please come up. We have other people in the audience. If you could line up against the wall, just in the interest of time.
Is this working?
Yes.
Michael Callan. I live on Foxmead Lane. So I want to get some clarification and explanation about this this purchase option agreement. I've lived here a long time, and most of my experience with real estate has been that you get appraisals. It's rare that the town of Truckee is selling public land, not private land, public land to a private entity. Nevertheless, appraisals. So I made a public records request for the most current appraisals on both properties bordering the park. I received them, and the most current appraisal is 2022. And the appraisal in 2022 for this piece of property in question was $390,000. Coincidentally, the purchase price for this piece of property is $390,000. So my uncomfortability here is that I don't know if it's fair for at least for the town and the public, to sell property based on an appraisal that's 3 years old. Because I don't know anyone that wouldn't want to buy property at the price of an appraisal that was done 3 years ago. So I think that this option agreement is flawed there. I think that the council should require the town to get a current appraisal, as would happen in any real estate deal. My second point is the $300,000 shared cost of the construction of the parking lot. And nothing in the attachment that was presented by the town explains how that number how they arrived at that number. Is it a percentage of the cost? Is it based upon usage of the parking lot? Is it per space? Or I think there needs to be clarification there. I think that you should ask that. And my third and final point is that the town, as Dan said, leases the location of this parking lot from Union Pacific, and I'm curious why in this agreement to purchase this property and contribute to the construction costs, that part of the financial burden of having a parking lot isn't also shared by the buyer. Seeing as how they're going to be using the parking lot, they're buying part of the parking lot, there should be some cost of maintenance and snow removal just the things that cost money and the lease. I mean, I don't see anything in this document that says they will be sharing the cost of the lease on the property. So those are my 3 questions.
Thank you, Mr. Callan.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Hi, Sherry Lewis again. Thank you for hearing my comments. I do agree with the previous commenter's comments on getting a more current valuation, especially I would assume that the value has gone up significantly now that it has park front and a nice area for people to utilize, assuming it'd be a restaurant or something, some type of vendor that would sell something. They would very much be utilizing that park area. And I think this is an opportunity. We kind of missed some shade and some vegetation maybe in the park area. This might be an opportunity for us to add that along with the parking. Maybe those vendors who ever purchase those properties can help with the maintenance, but also make it a little bit more comfortable, especially if the guests that they're serving may be trying to use that park space to eat or enjoy a little bit of sun or shade. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. West.
Hi, Andy Barr, representing TRTR LLC. I won't go into any details because you probably have questions for me later, but just wanted to say thank you to Town Council and staff for the multiple years of negotiations and time and energy that's been put into this. So we appreciate it and we look forward to it. Thank you.
Good evening, Eric Sutton. My comments are about the process that got you to this point, and I'm skipping the first paragraph because Dan covered what I was going to say. But in 2017, another RFI was put out requesting proposals on the 2 scenarios that you saw in the 2011 feasibility study. It was clear from that document that the town council was looking for 1 developer. It received 2 responses. A selection committee was formed and reviewed the proposals. According to the minutes of that meeting, the Joneses had a higher ranking. At the end of the meeting, a staff member announced that the Barrs had secured a lease purchase option on the building adjacent and west of the park. They also said, "Don't let it affect your decision." In any public bid, RFI, RFP process that has a deadline to submit should not allow any other information get to the decision makers. It is unethical and possibly illegal. The selection committee turned into the collaboration committee. They met and decided to pursue both developers. After hiring another consultant/architect, the plan that had the robust public input was trashed. A new design with input from the developers is what we have today, with 0 public input. The new design, with bookends for the commercial developments, caused a lot of Riverside Drive residents to oppose it. I asked Andy Morris if the selection committee had the authority to choose the developers, and his answer was no. They only have the authority to make a recommendation to town council. That never happened. The selection committee abused their authority and chose 2 developers instead of 1, which ended up changing the design of the site with no public input. If the selection committee had made a recommendation to the council, I can imagine that the council would have received legal advice that would have ended up with contracts with timelines to comply with. Right now, it seems that the developers have no timelines and can tie up the property forever unless they formally drop out. I urge you to table this item or vote no on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Any other public comments? Would any council member like to have follow-up questions on the comments?
Yes.
Councilmember Romack.
And yeah, just some follow-up. Just Dan, can you speak to the question on the real estate appraisal and the timeline of that, and just standard practice and
Sure. So the appraisal for the property was done in 2022. That's when we got to a point where we were looking to enter into negotiations on the real estate deal. I would probably defer to the town attorney in terms of any legal requirements in terms of, kind of timeliness of appraisals. My non-legal understanding from having been involved with other real estate transactions is that, you as the town council are not bound by a certain appraised value or a certain appraisal date or a certain age of an appraisal. You've got fairly broad latitude, I believe, in terms of establishing terms and conditions of a real estate sale. So and I would ask, I think Andy's online, he can correct me if I'm incorrect in that statement. I'll stop at that.
Yeah, Mayor, Andy is available. Andy Morris, our town attorney, is available virtually. Andy, I assume you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear everybody. And Dan's correct. The council is not, there are no specific legal requirements for how old or new an appraisal can be. If the council were to sell a town asset for much less than it's worth, you need to make some findings about why there's a public benefit. But we don't think that the appraisal is out of date, even though it's 3 years old. It's very, very hard to find comps for this because this is a very, very small piece of land. I'm not sure that it's developable on its own because it's so small, and its uses are constrained because it's adjacent to a park. So I don't think there's legal issue there. There was one question from Mr. Callan about how was the $300,000 for parking arrived at. That was a product of negotiations with the bars and their investment team. There are some legal constraints that if they were to do their project without the town land, there are state laws that limit what the town can charge in parking impact fees. But because there is a sale that's being proposed, we've been able to negotiate for a lot more in the way of contributions to the parking lot than we would have been able to if they were doing their project without the town land. Mr. Callan also, I think, referred to a lease. My understanding is the town does not actually have a lease with UP. I think we purchased an easement. So I don't think, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we're making ongoing payments to UP. I think we just bought the easement. And other than that, I think that's about it from me, unless there are any further questions.
Thanks. I didn't have any other questions for Andy. I do have another question, but if you want to ask Andy, Mayor, while he's on.
Yeah, Andy, while you're available, so my understanding is because of the proximity of the site to the rail depot, parking cannot be required.
That's correct. There's a state law from several years ago that is intended to encourage the use of mass transit. And what it says is that if you have a site that is within proximity to what the law conceives to be usable mass transit, which can be bus or rail, you can't require parking. Now, even though Amtrak is not really a feasible way of commuting, it's not really a viable method of getting around anywhere, we would still be constrained by that. So we would not be able to require parking or parking in lieu fees if the bars were proceeding just with their own property, which they have every right to do. But as part of an arm's length negotiation, for the sale of town-owned property, we can and have negotiated for a significant contribution to parking.
Okay. And then the one other thing you spoke to was the value of the property, how the value, it's a unique piece of property, and then the value is somewhat constrained by its small size. And in this case, as I understand it, the bars own the adjacent property, so they can essentially take advantage of the adjacency to have a larger lot on which to develop their project.
That's true.
Okay, thank you. Okay, coming back to council, any further
Can I ask another question? There was a question on maintenance and snow removal of the parking lot. Is this property, would it be part of the West River Street CFD or whatever it is? Or explain maybe how maintenance or all of that will work?
Sure, I'll go to this exhibit. So the parking lot that I was referring to, and Andy's correct, it's an easement that the town purchased from Union Pacific Railroad as opposed to an ongoing lease, which requires annual payments. What's shaded in yellow here is a area of land that is currently, it's kind of a graded flat dirt area that's between what's currently the Truckee tire business as well as the Flyers fuel plant. So there's room for about 60 parking spaces in that strip of land. And then there's also a vacant lot that's between the Flyers and the nearest property to the east. There's an old kind of tin building that's been unoccupied for probably a decade now. So those are the two areas that the town has acquired easement in. Our expectation with the development of parking in that area is it would be a public parking lot, much like the public parking lots that exist on the north side of the railroad tracks, as well as just down the line adjacent to the Jack's Diner. So that was previously a private parking lot. The town actually purchased the improvements on that parking lot from the owner of the Truckee Diner, who built the parking lot, and then we acquired easement on it from the railroad as well. So this, in our mind, is an extension of the downtown parking district and is a parking lot that's intended to serve primarily businesses on West River Street, but along the entirety of West River Street. So the way we operate our public parking lots is, for the most part, they're paid parking. There's some areas where it's 2-hour parking. And then we fund the cost of the parking maintenance out of the revenue that's received through the parking district. So that's what would be envisioned when parking is developed in these areas.
Got it. Thank you very much. Those are my additional questions.
Councilmember Henderson.
No further questions.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Just one clarification, if Dan, you could validate my memory. This parcel, it is a very small parcel. We've already talked about the adjacency. My understanding was one of the benefits of doing it this way is we were maintaining the widest portion of access on West River Street, giving us control of that, parking spaces in front, and yes. So there's there would be minimal, if any, public access, or if we were to sell this to another entity, we would have to provide driveway and such type of access point, right? Which could deter from the park design and how we've implemented it.
Yeah, depending on if there were another private property or private developer interested in purchasing 5,000 square feet and doing a standalone project on it, there would be a number of those types of issues that would need to be figured out as part of a proposal there.
Yeah, including utility access and their own parking and whatnot. Okay, thank you.
I have no questions, so we'll move into deliberation. Let's start with Councilmember Henderson.
Okay, thank you. There have been years and years of work on this. I mean, I think a decade and a half at this point. So I do dispute that there actually hasn't been tangible public process on this. There's been public process going back to at least 2011, starting with first identifying what types of uses the community wanted to see on this parcel. Community space and river access were the things that rose to the forefront. And I believe that this public-private partnership delivers on those community goals and community desires. As our town attorney noted, the uses on this site, they are really constrained. It would likely be very hard to develop this parcel on its own due to size, due to location. We can't require parking, as our town attorney highlighted. The bars, through negotiation, were willing to make a significant contribution to parking. And I'll just say we've invested a lot of time and energy into this. And Andy and Alicia, you have as well. And thank you so much for your creativity and seeing what a future could look like on this site, for seeing what benefit it could provide to our broader community. You walked me through the site and you really opened my eyes to what this could be for all of Truckee. I think there's a tremendous amount of excitement about this project. I recognize there will always be concerns with any new project that comes forward in our community. That's part of public process. But I do hope that this comes to fruition. I hope that it serves as that community hub, as a center of vitality and activity for our downtown and right adjacent to our river. And it really is a showcase for what a public-private partnership can be in this day and age. I also think it's really important just to highlight for our community that the sale of this property is contingent upon a lot of things, right? A lot of deal points that are spelled out in the option agreement that call for that development to occur in such a way that there continues to be ample opportunity for public process, for public engagement. The property isn't, it's not being transferred today. It'll be transferred at some future point through a planning commission. It has to go through planning commission. Construction funding has to be secured. So I encourage folks, as if and as this proceeds tonight, to continue to show up to those meetings if you have input on this. But I am supportive. We have gone through a lot to get to this point. I think it's going to deliver tremendous benefit for our community overall. And so I'm supportive of the recommendation in front of us tonight.
Councilmember Romack.
Thank you very much. Agree with all your sentiments, Councilmember Henderson, so I won't say all the same things. I did just want to add a few more pieces, though, and I appreciate all those words. First, I'm part of the River Revitalization Steering Committee, which is a great committee that's been meeting for almost 2 years now. I've lost track of time. It's so much fun. But it's a committee that has 18 seats. It's open to the public. So again, there has been a broad community input process. And I think, understanding that we need catalyst projects, and that's what we're going to talk about next, I know, to really activate this corridor that we've been talking about in our town, to activate for a long time as well. So excited about the possibilities here. I will also share, I have a 4.5-year-old. I run in the preschool circuit, and there's always discussion on a place where we can sit and hang out while the kids can run around. And I see this as being another opportunity, again, where utilizing the public space while supporting a local private business. So I think that is an important piece. And then last, Andy and Alicia, appreciate your efforts on this. I know you guys have a lot going on, but I encourage you to keep working hard on this one. Really excited about the potential here. And thanks to staff for all their efforts on this as well. So I'm happy moving forward too. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Yeah, I have a very similar sentiment. I do want to just, again, re-emphasize the importance of public participation in the future meetings about this project. It is going to go through the full planning commission process. There's also future considerations in things like the River Revitalization Committee. So please participate and contribute in order to make it something that is going to be right for Truckee. That is our process. It's the Truckee way. And then I also just want to reiterate something that Councilmember Henderson noted. If you read through this agreement, it is extraordinary the thought process that town staff has put in to put brackets on and guardrails on this purchase option agreement. And the bars and their development team are in agreement with all of those guardrails, and those are there to protect our community and to make sure that this space does get activated in order to be that catalyst site and in order to incorporate and embody the river and the park in it. So with that, I'm in full support of the recommendation. This is a long time coming, and I'm really excited that we're at this point.
We've dealt with this enough times. As a council, I'm satisfied that this 15-year process was properly conducted. And I view it as this project and this purchase agreement as an outgrowth of a compromise between various interests. And reflects, in a sense, then a community consensus that I am loath to disturb. And council members have mentioned other reasons for approving the project, many of which I agree with. So I'm ready for a motion.
I move that we authorize the town manager to execute a purchase option agreement with TRTR LLC for the purpose of selling a portion of the Old County Courtyard property.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. So we're, I guess we're done with the discussion items and ready to, no, there's one more? Why?
We are on the Catalyst site MOU.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Carissa.
No need to apologize,
It
Mayor.
was staring me right in the face. Okay, R2SC.
Okay, tonight we are here to talk about the River Revitalization Steering Committee Catalyst Project MOU, as well as the consultant contract amendment. And I know council is familiar, but for those in the audience or watching at home, R2SC was formed as the River Revitalization Steering Committee. That's a mouthful, so we call it R2SC. Was formed on May 23rd, 2023, so almost exactly 2 years ago, Lindsay, or Councilmember Romack. R2SC collaborates with landowners, businesses, and stakeholders. It's a diverse group of community members and has met monthly since July 2023. It aligns with Town Council's goal to invest in key infrastructure and community connectivity to enhance quality of life for everyone. And revitalization of the downtown river corridor is a specific work plan goal. River revitalization efforts are a direct output of the 2040 General Plan. As you can see here, to vision for the future of our community includes a connected, revitalized, and accessible Truckee River. Revitalization of the river corridor includes many aspects, including restoration of river health and access, revitalization of community vitality along East and West River Streets, and reimagining the vibe and the character of the neighborhood. And to facilitate focused efforts, the R2SC established 2 action teams, the Community Economic Vitality Action Team, we refer to as CVAT, and the River Health and Access Action Team, or RAT. And the Catalyst Project. So to recognize the challenges and varying levels of interest among property owners, R2SC chose to prioritize Catalyst projects. These projects will not only revitalize specific sites, but also drive broader revitalization, help us understand and overcome barriers. It was a quick process from council giving us direction to move forward with the Catalyst Project RFI process towards the first MOUs being brought to Town Council for approval. Here you can see the 3 selected Catalyst Project sites, each with unique opportunities for revitalization. Tonight we are talking about 10331 West River Street. Here is a closer look at that site and what it looks like today. So the collaboration agreement, the MOU, memorializes the mutual commitments, specifies deliverables, specifies town resources, and the property owners met with town staff, R2SC member liaisons, to come to a mutually agreeable collaboration agreement. And I will point out that each Catalyst project has R2SC member liaisons acting as R2SC advocates along the process to make sure that R2SC goals are being followed. And the collaboration agreements or MOUs outline the commitments, deliverables, and resources. They also include the not to exceed amounts and termination clauses. And you can see here the recommended not to exceed amounts for consultant costs and staff time. Each of the Catalyst project, you've already approved 2 of them. They're tailored to the project's needs and status. So following execution of this agreement, staff, R2SC, and the consultant will work with property owners on deliverables. And you can see here the slide details the fiscal impact, including consultant costs on all the staff time, both CDD staff hours as well as economic vitality staff hours. We did receive 1 public comment around this project concerned about conflict of interest. So staff just wants to point out that there is no conflict of interest. Property owners were invited to join R2SC. Property owners were recused from all R2SC Catalyst project discussions. And property owners were not involved in CVAT, and that CVAT is the action team that developed the Catalyst site concept, conducted the interviews with property owners, and made recommendations for selected Catalyst projects. And another piece of tonight's request is the design workshop contract amendment. Design workshop of the past 19 months provided a variety of services in support of R2SC. The scope has evolved along with the work. Staff recommend amending their contract for continued Catalyst project and playbook work. The contract amount is included in the draft budget for CIP 2408. So in conclusion, we respectfully request that Council authorize the town manager to execute the MOU with TRTR LLC and authorize the contract amendment with Design Workshop.
Thank you, Carissa. And given the concern about conflict of interest, I'll note for the record, I did not participate at all in the selection process for the Catalyst projects. I was on CVAT, but I simply did not attend the meetings where these Catalyst project selection was discussed. So let's go to council questions. We'll start with Councilmember Henderson.
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Rumack. Vice Mayor Klofstad. I have no questions. Time for public comments. Would anyone like to make a public comment on the Catalyst projects?
Stephanie Olivieri, downtown Truckee. I would just like to say, after working for 2 years on the River to River Committee, I call it the River to River, I think this is an important piece to that, to finalizing it, and I hope that you'll find it acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Mayor Zabriskie, esteemed council members, thanks so much. I just want to thank you for all of your effort into this and for having the vision to bring back this effort that was brought to our community 2 decades ago. And so your vision in creating the R2SC and bringing all this to fruition, we're honored to be a part of it. We're really excited to develop something that's good for the community. People want to eat, drink, and hang out on the river and be part of it all. So thank you so much for all of your time and efforts. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Alicia. Okay, seeing no further public comment, did council have any follow-up questions? So we'll turn to council deliberation, starting with Councilmember Rumack.
Sure, thank you. I already kind of made comments on this one and the need for a Catalyst project and the discussion at R2SC. I will, since you disclosed too, I sit on R2SC. I'm not part of the CVAT nor part of the selection committee either. And therefore, I think this has been a great process with the CVAT committee, and looking at Jason, who I know is a member of it, and appreciate his work. I'm happy to move forward on this, but open to other discussion as well.
Councilmember Henderson.
Well, I think we have too many acronyms. But other than that, I would say that this is part of what a public-private partnership is, right? To help catalyze this site, we need to continue to invest in it alongside the bars and their development team, and that's what's going to bring this to fruition. So I'm in full support.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Yeah, I think we all got comfortable with this Catalyst concept and providing design workshop support and the previous discussion when we approved the other 2 Catalyst sites. So I just want to remind the community that there was a previous extensive discussion about how this process happened and in the details of what exactly the support is that we're offering. I'm very comfortable with it. I think this is, again, one of those incredibly creative solutions that that staff has helped direct and council has supported. And with that, I just really want to say go forth and go do good things. We are 100% behind you and are looking forward to the results.
Okay, I want to make sure we've been talking about the Catalyst projects all this time. We also have a recommendation to authorize the town manager to execute a contract with the design workshop to continue working on the R3 playbook, and the contract would be in the amount of $143,600. Do any of my fellow council members have anything to add on that particular point?
I see that as intertwined in this discussion.
Then do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we authorize the town manager to execute a Catalyst project MOU memorializing the town and property owners' collaborative effort to advance river corridor redevelopment with TRTR LLC, and authorize the town manager to execute a contract amendment with Design Workshop in the amount of $143,600 to continue work toward R2SC Catalyst project work and to complete the action plan R3 playbook.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. It's just a little after 7 o'clock, and we finished this. Now we finished the discussion items, and I think we'll take a 10-minute break, come back and hit the budget item.
to go, sir.
Okay, we're back on the record, and the next item is Agenda 8.1, the fiscal year 2025-26 operating budget and five-year capital improvement project. This is to, well, I'll let staff explain. I'll let Nikki explain.
Just as a reminder, this is your second budget workshop. So we had our first workshop in April, and you went through the CIPs in some more detail. We're going to go through some of those again, but also focus on the operating budget this time. So Nikki will introduce that. I hope you had a chance to go through and see the new budget format and the new budget book and how that is operating. So Nikki's showing it there. It's pretty easy to use. We think from a user perspective, and ClearGov, which is the company that has this platform, they're already making some changes that we think will be beneficial for us in the coming years from a staff's perspective. So any feedback you have or anything you'd like to share on the budget book that would help improve it for future years, doesn't have to be tonight, but at some point would be good to hear. And then again, just thank you to not only the finance team and administrative services, but all of the staff. Putting together a budget of this size is not an easy feat. There's a lot of work that goes into this. The staff has been working on it since about the end of January. And so just appreciate all the time and effort that goes into this, and hope you've enjoyed reading it. Off to you, Nikki.
Nikki, before you start, can you just tell us, are you going to track the different sections of the budget itself or the cover letter that came with the budget? Or something else?
We're gonna start with like a high level overview of some items like staffing and revenues, and then we'll go division by division. We do have representatives from each of the divisions here to answer any questions that you might have. We'll have some places where we feel like there's a natural pause in the information, but if you want to stop us on a particular slide to discuss it more, we're happy to pause whenever you guys want.
Does that sound fine with the council members? Essentially interrupting staff as we go along, so we wouldn't call it interrupting. We just asking
It's the beauty
questions.
of a workshop, so you can have a bit more informality with this. And then what we've done in the past and we're proposing to do is really just highlight the changes from the prior budget and let you focus on that. But if you have other questions, we can go into other details as well. And you'll have one more opportunity with this budget. Sorry, Nikki. So if there's something we can't answer for you tonight, we can bring that back in June.
Okay, thank you.
So if you'd like to pause us, please go caw, and then we'll stop. No, just kidding.
Okay, thank you. I'll work on that.
Okay, so just an overview of what we're going to cover. So we have some budget basics, the revenue trends, changes from the April CIP review meeting, the operating budgets, and then we'll go into capital. Just a reminder of our timeline. While we did start in January, I do want to doubly highlight the efforts from the finance division. They really went above and beyond implementing this software. As you know, I was out, but we had Kim Zirk, who was the previous director here, helping, and both she, I, and Jen thought, no way are we getting personnel implemented. And they said, we're doing it. We want this to function as maximally as possible, and they found a way and got not only the regular operating and capital budgets implemented, but also the personnel. So we're fully in ClearGov right now. They went to extraordinary efforts to convince ClearGov to make changes that work best for the town. So I really want to highlight the work that they've been doing since December or earlier than December to make that happen. So this is just our budget timeline. And as a reminder, we're here on May 27, 2025. We're hoping to get to adoption in June for our fiscal year begin date in July. So what is the budget? It's an estimation of revenues and planned expenses over the next fiscal year. We do our best to pull out a crystal ball and figure out what things are going to cost using whatever information we have available to us. But at the end of the day, it is just an estimation. It is a process of allocating and managing public funds by setting priorities, estimating revenues, determining spending levels, and then monitoring the use of the funds over the year. We do include a 4-year projection to ensure sustainability of the current plan over at least a 5-year horizon. We have a very strong only spend what you need philosophy in town, and the way that we're able to encourage that culture is we have an anti-use it or lose it mentality that a lot of governments have, where they're looking at their budgets and they're saying, oh, well, you didn't use this last year, so we're not going to give you that money again. Whereas we want to look each year at our expenses and make sure that they're appropriate given our expectations of the upcoming year. And these unofficial savings of money that we encourage people only to use for a business purpose becomes fund balance, which council can use to fund CIP projects or create designations. The operating budget is prepared to fund current year expenditures with current year revenues. So we don't want to use one-time funding to fund ongoing expenditures. So we try not to use designation funding to hire an employee, because that funding will go out and then will run out, and then we won't have funding to continue to fund those positions on a long-term basis. Surplus or saving balances can be used to increase reserves, fund capital improvement, or to stabilize services in the near term. So if we were to have a large recession, we could use fund balance to stabilize operations in the near term, but we wouldn't rely on those in the long term. So services will be delivered in the most cost-effective manner possible. Just to look at our revenue trends, this is just looking at the general fund. As a reminder, the town's largest source of revenue is property tax, followed by sales and use tax and transient occupancy tax. As you can see, those three sources provide more than 75% of the general fund revenue, so they're very important for the town's operations. Looking at our revenue trends, we based our estimates of property tax on projections from our new property tax audit consultant, HDL Corn & Cone. We are projecting a 3.55% increase from the fiscal year 24-25 estimated actuals. That is based on a 2% California-wide CPI on the base assessed values, plus the supplemental increases from any sales and any new construction that was completed. What that looks like is $18.48 million for the fiscal year 25-26 budget. Then on sales tax, these numbers were prepared by HDL, not Corn & Cone, just another HDL that we use for sales tax auditing. And we are projecting a 2.4% increase from the fiscal year 24-25 amended budget. And that is looking to be about $6.7 million. On the transient occupancy tax side, we are projecting a 14% increase from the 24-25 amended budget. That is only that's actually a 3.5% decrease from what we're projecting for estimated actuals, and below the 3-year trend of what we've received. We have been on a 2-year decline in our transient occupancy tax revenue, but we still have gotten over $6 million. So we wanted to make sure that our transient occupancy tax revenues were reflective of what we actually expect, which is why we have such a large increase. It is still a conservative estimate in that we're still projecting less than we got last year and less than we're projecting this year, just in case we don't see as high of transient occupancy tax collections in the future years. So we wanted to pause here for any questions on those revenue projections.
Dive in, anyone. How do we do it?
So much budget.
I just have one, if I'll just jump in, Mayor, if that's okay. Do you have any idea what's driving that decline in TOT revenues? And sort of linked to that, what's our wait list look like for TOT certificates?
We think the decline is because the peak year was right after we were coming out of COVID, where international travel wasn't really available, or there was like not as much comfort for international travel. So people were flocking to destinations that they could get to via vehicle. So we saw a huge spike right after that, and we think we're kind of leveling back out. We've seen a similar trend in our sales tax numbers. So we did have a decline this year. So there was like a huge spike right during COVID. But if you look at the trend from way before COVID and then going after, it's kind of like on this like trend line, but with one big spike. So we're kind of seeing something similar with our transient occupancy tax, and just a little bit more delayed. So we think we're returning to our long-term average increases. And then as for
Our wait list, I think, is around 130 or so. Is that about right, Lucy? 200? I'm a little bit higher now, 200, and it's about a year wait list right now.
Okay, thank you. So kind of returning to pre-COVID levels is what you're saying. Like if
with
we look
the
back,
normal increases.
Right, yeah.
Okay, we are hearing anecdotally from the VTT that the people are looking for more budget travel options right now, so they're having to work harder to, instead of getting like, $1,000 a night, people are looking more for like the $500 per night stays. So they're having to work harder to earn the same amount of revenue. That's an extreme example, but just to give you kind of an idea of what we're hearing anecdotally. Also, we have one hotel that is closed for renovations, so we are including that in our projections. We don't think that it will have we don't think it'll cause. We think there'll be some of that demand will overlap, fall to our other hotels, but we do think there'll be some impact. So we didn't say we're not getting any of that revenue, but we did think that would cause some decreases for those stalwart goers. On the wage and benefit side, these are based on the results of negotiations. The COLAs for next year are 4% for TGEMA admin management and a 3% COLA for the TPOA. Benefit increases include up to a 10% increase in health, dental, vision based on actual increases from the providers. If we don't see the full 10% increase from the provider, then the savings the difference between what we budget and what we actually expend go into a designation for the employee groups to offset future rate increases. On the CalPERS side, funding, we pay for both the normal cost and the unfunded actuarial liability each year. This is just a preview of what the rates look like. The town prepays its UAL, which gives us a 3.4% discount. The UAL is the unfunded actuarial liability, and for fiscal year 25-26, the savings are about $65,000. So having strong cash management allows us to prepay that. So $70,000 is so it's pretty good. We can go over what the CalPERS costs are if there are any questions. Otherwise, we'll go to the fun stuff, which includes the new positions. We also added an assistant town manager position. So this is just a graph showing the positions and where they're proposed to be funded. So we wanted to pause here without a caw and let you guys ask any questions about new positions, comments, concerns.
Are there any changes to these new positions from when we last discussed budget? Because I think we talked about it looks similar to me, but just if there's anything that shifted since the last budget discussion.
We added the assistant town manager position, which isn't in the graph.
Yeah, that one. Okay, but the others are all in line with what we previously discussed. Perfect.
Correct.
Okay.
And the engineering manager position is basically backfilling. I mean, we had that and we didn't rehire that, right?
Correct. So we currently have Public Works Director, Assistant Public Works Director. We're proposing adding back in the Engineering Manager, so we would have all three of those positions in the future year to add capacity.
What was the basis for the $312,000 salary for Assistant Town Manager?
That's not the salary, it's the total compensation package. So that would include
Benefits?
CalPERS, healthcare, workers' compensation, employer taxes. So it's the whole thing. And that's just based on where we think it would go in the wage matrix, plus our knowledge of how much benefits cost. We have an HR consulting firm who we use for our comping class providing us a study on where it should actually go in the wage matrix, but that's just our guesstimate.
Did you look at comparables? Are there comparables?
That's what Gallagher would be doing. We just kind of placed it based on similar positions in our wage matrix.
So maybe to give a bit more, the directors have there's some range in the director's salary, and we benchmark this to the top of the director range.
Okay. And then are you able, and it may be in the budget and I just missed it, are you able to tell me what the overall year-to-year increase is on average per employee? Or can you forecast out 5 years and say what the cumulative rate of increase is going to be? You know, cost of living, CalPERS.
Is that for an average employee?
Yeah.
For one, we can get that to you either
Okay.
at the end of the session, or we'll let Nikki move on, or we can send it for the
Yeah,
next budget
it could be
session.
average or the aggregate.
Okay.
The average or the total. And then finally, before we had something like a neighborhood services employee. Is that what we're now calling the assistant town manager?
That is called the assistant to the town manager. They're apparently very different positions in the government world than assistant. So that we are renaming the assistant to the town manager, the director of neighborhood services.
So that's not a new position, that's a reclassification of an existing position. That's why it's not on this chart.
Oh, okay, thank you. Got it. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
First, I just want to compliment you on this. To see the funding source color-coded is so incredibly helpful. So it makes me able to do things like assess that the administrative technician is likely going to be in the sustainability / solid waste department. So this is just really helpful. I wanted to thank you for that.
Hey, 1 second, I'll fix this. Change computers and it moves everything, sorry. So here's the changes from the April meeting. I think Becky was gonna talk about these ones.
I was. Could you go to the next slide? There was a lot of discussion about, and actually, I'm having you, sorry, I meant to switch these. Can you go to the next one? There was a fair amount of discussion about our roadside vegetation projects at the last meeting, so I thought it'd be useful to talk a little bit about, provide a little more information about what projects we've done and what projects we have planned. So what this map shows is sort of what we've done. Well, it shows both. So the red roads and the purple areas are the roads that we did, these more substantial roadside vegetation management projects where we cut down, removed trees, brush, did some chipping. And that was in Tawadana, Prosser, Glenshire, and Sierra Meadow. So when you add up all of that work that was done in 2020 and 2021, that was about 2/3 of the mileage in town with those two projects alone. The rest of the roads that are remaining are black, with the exception that there's some that are kind of black and green. So the green represents what is in the scope of work for the Nevada County project that is currently proposed to occur in 2027. They have FEMA funds that they put some money in for the town to do for town roadside vegetation management. So that could change by the time 2027 rolls around in terms of what roads we actually do. But when you loop in those roads, it's about 75% of the roads will have had this more substantial roadside vegetation management project on there. So that leaves kind of the areas that are just black that still need to kind of be taken care of. And then if you go to the next slide, this represents our public works road street maintenance crews. They go out and do brushing and chipping projects in these areas. There's 5 zones, and they rotate every year. They go to a different zone, and they've done a fair amount of work. There's, you can see the number of hours. We don't have like every single street. We don't have a tracking for every single tree that got cut down, but it does show that over the past 5 years, we've actually had really substantial brushing and chipping projects as well. And so that is really, so if you could go back to the first 2 slides. Sorry about that, Nikki. Yeah, one more back. Go forward one. Sorry. I thought I had moved these, but I guess I had not. So what we've done, so when you kind of look at all the projects that we have in the proposed budget, we've got the 2025 roadway vegetation management project that's supposed to happen this summer. That's really focused on the west end of Donner Lake. We talked about that. It's in partnership with the Truckee Fire Protection District. We've also worked with the Truckee Donner Public Utility District a little bit to sort of talk about their vegetation management project. And I think there's some opportunities to partner with them moving forward as well, just to make sure that we're all aligned and working in the same areas. We also have the next one that's listed there is the Nevada County project. So that's the one that's planned for 2027. We have TSSA funds going to Tahoe Donner for them to do a more substantial vegetation removal project on their major evacuation routes. And then what we've done is added 4 annual roadside vegetation management projects, $400,000 each year, portion of that coming from Measure V, $100,000 coming from Measure E. And what those are, that's doing a few things. I think you heard last time that these projects take a lot of staff capacity, and so we were constrained on staff. So one of the things that this is doing is taking advantage of the fact that we have some public works, the street maintenance supervisors that have a lot of experience on managing contractors or managing this type of work. So we're proposing to do this a little bit as a team process where engineering would help put the project out to bid. But when it comes time to the day-to-day overseeing the contractor and a lot of the ongoing discussions with the private property owners, that would be some of the street maintenance staff doing that. So that's what's allowing us to sort of do these projects. The intent with this is to have most of the contract be more of a maintenance where you're going through and brushing and chipping the areas that we've already done, with probably picking out some high priority areas every year to do the more substantial tree removal projects. So, it's a fifth of the roadways of the brushing and chipping on the roadway mileage every year, and then maybe 5 to 10 miles of the more substantial. So with that kind of process, I think we'll get through all the roads within this 5-year cycle. And then we're more in a maintenance kind of cycle there. So that's sort of what those are and what we've done here.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying over the next 5 years, you should be able to have completed all the roadways with the first brushing and clearing that's been done in a number of years, and then you would be into a maintenance cycle that theoretically could be equal each year, either on a 5-year cycle, 6-year, I don't know what, but.
That's the intent. A little of that plays into the FEMA funding from the county and how much we can actually get done with that project. But hopefully that's the goal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think the next one has more to do with a project that has not been added to the budget that you have in front of you, and that's the Downtown Assessment District consolidation.
I'm sorry, before you go to that, I had one more question on this. Is this brushing and chipping and tree removal, this is all roadway work, or does it also include any
This is
off-road?
This is all roadway in the right of way.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no private property interface like what we're piloting at the west end of Donner Lake, correct?
I think there might, so if the west side of Donner Lake is successful, I think we can continue that model. But the work that's being done on the private property is being funded by Measure T, so it's not reflected in this budget.
Right.
The budget numbers.
Thank you.
So I'm clear on this, the West End project is Measure T.
The portion of the work that is in the right of way is Measure V funds. The portion that's on private property, if we have willing private property owners, would be funded with Measure T.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then, did you want?
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is the Downtown Assessment District, the consolidation. This is a project that we talked a fair amount about last time as well. It's not currently included in the 5-year CIP budget as a standalone project. I think what we're looking for some direction tonight is, should it be included? And if so, what is the timing of that? If it's something that we want to move forward, where, as we talked about last time, we'll have to talk about projects that could potentially get bumped out. Some of the ones that we talked about last budget workshop were things like the Trout Creek Restoration Project or the West River Street parking lot. And there's challenges with pushing those out, particularly just because we had this conversation about some movement that's happening on West River Street. So if there is a desire to sort of move that forward, that's something that kind of we'd like to get some direction on. Another question is, do you want to pursue, there's a couple of different ways this could happen. You could pursue consolidation without actually doing the full design of the rest of the streetscape project. So what that would look like is you would hire a special tax consultant, you would do an analysis and make some assumptions about what would get built out on the remaining streets, and like on Jaboom Street, Church Street, and Bridge Street, the areas that don't have streetscapes built yet. Do some public outreach, and we think that could be done in a shorter time frame without, including a design process ahead of it. It would allow the consolidation and the creation of an assessment district for the downtown. And then likely what would happen is once that's formed, then you would kind of follow up with the design side. Alternatively, you could start with the design of these remaining streetscape projects, Bridge Street, Church Street, and Jaboom Street, and then follow that, or as part of that larger project, create an assessment district, which would probably consider the consolidation of an assessment district in downtown. So. If you do the design first, you're probably the CFD or the assessment district portion is probably 2 to 3 years out. It's after you start the design, because the design will take a fair amount of time. There was also some comments that we received from the Downtown Merchants Association about this desire to have sort of Jaboom Street trash consolidation management project. So that in itself could be a standalone CIP. If it's something that we wanted to work into the design of this streetscape project, again, it would take more time and more effort and could potentially slow down that design process. So I'm going to pause there because that was a lot of information, and maybe let Jen.
So this is a pickup of where we left off in the last budget workshop, and you'll recall that we kind of left with all of us had homework to do. We were going to get you some information on the vegetation work that was done, and then you all were going to think about some of these prioritizations. So the goal tonight would to be for us to understand your interest in prioritizing this or any of these 3 components, if it's different, the order of that. If you're able to, if the answer is yes, we're prioritizing these, if you're able to tell us what you're interested in us pushing back in the work plan to make room for this, that would be great. We weren't really able to go through and identify anything beyond what we gave you in the last meeting because we didn't know where this fell in your prioritization. So any help you can give us with that before the June meeting, then we can come back with a more complete picture.
Okay, I'll just throw out, as I've been thinking about it, I'm leaning more and more towards wanting us to do a comprehensive design for the entire area, meaning as looking at a CFD for the entire area, partly because of my going back and forth with Council Member Pallavi about which section of Jaboom Street we think should be done first. And then just the sense that if we do these separate projects, separate streetscape projects, it's sort of a piecemeal approach. However, I don't know that I know fully enough what are the pros and cons of deferring the actual streetscape improvements, whether they're on Jaboom West, Jaboom East, or Church, or what have you, versus proceeding with a community's facility district for the entire area.
So I think some of it is timing, right? So if you want to work on design first, that pushes out the CFD formation. The advantage of that is the property owners would have a better sense of what their assessment would be because it would be more designed out, so it would be more accurate. Do you want to add?
I think, yeah, and to the timing, if you get the assessment district created sooner, you have a mechanism for kind of consistent, for the maintenance to occur on the existing sidewalks that are out there. You have a funding mechanism for potentially some trash improvements. There's that provides some of the benefits that I think the TDMA are looking for with that they've requested in their comment letter. So I think it mostly is the timing, but that's the benefit you get if you don't delay the creation of the assessment district with the design. You can create that funding mechanism sooner.
Okay, and from staff's view, what's most efficient and logical, both in terms of staff time and town money, taxpayer money?
I'll offer, before I'm not sure who's going to answer that question, but I'll add one other. So with I have to keep reminding myself not to call this a CFD consolidation. It's actually a maintenance district consolidation, and they're slightly different legal mechanisms in terms of how they're formed. So as the council's well aware, we've got a maintenance district in Brickletown, a maintenance district in West River Street, a maintenance district on the rail yard. We've got some number of commercial row businesses and property owners asking for a maintenance district on commercial row. We've got a desire for a streetscape project on Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, and Church Street. So in 4 of those 5 areas, we know how much sidewalk there is in front of each property owner, in front of each business, which is directly corollary to how much each business has to pay for the sidewalk maintenance. We don't have that yet in Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, and Church Street because we don't have the design. Now, with that said, I think there's an ability to make reasonable assumptions as to sidewalk quantity in that one area of the 5 that we don't have actual quantities right now, to come up with a pretty close estimate as to what each property owner would be paying. The benefit of that is when, from a legal standpoint, in order to do the the maintenance district consolidation, it's a $1 one vote type legal process that we go through. So, I'm sorry?
1 foot or $1?
$1. $1. So $1 one vote. So if you're a property owner who would be assessed $1,000 a year, you get 1,000 votes. If the adjacent property owner would be assessed $750 a year, they get 750 votes. So for 80%, probably 85% of the property owners within a consolidated maintenance district, we would know exactly how much they would be paying because the sidewalks are already built there. Presumably, everyone would pay a little bit less in Brickletown, a little bit less on West River Street than they're currently paying, because there's going to be some efficiency in scale. And you all could proceed with that maintenance district consolidation, kind of based on what appears to be, the interest in. We've got 3 of the 5 areas currently have maintenance districts. Commercial Road doesn't, but they're interested in one, we think. Jaboom Street, we're not hearing much from that group at the moment. So bottom line is you'd have a high level of certainty amongst probably 80 to 85% of the property owners of exactly what they'd be paying. You'd have an estimation on the other ones. The benefit of the CFD consolidation and new areas being included, being done on the front end, is then you've got certainty that there's a maintenance funding stream for the future streetscape project, as compared to if you don't do that and you put a lot of money into the design on the future streetscape project, and then the maintenance district consolidation does not occur, then you're in an interesting spot of wanting to have a streetscape project built, but without the maintenance funding secured. The way we've done it in the other areas, Brickletown and West River Street, is smaller areas, and to make sure we got the votes to get it over the finish line, we did a higher level of design, so every property owner had a high level of certainty as to what they were going to be paying. And that has worked well for us. I think the dynamics here are different because there's this concept of a consolidation, because everyone in that consolidated area would be voting on it. And presumably, if some of the existing properties that are being assessed are assessed at a slightly lower level, it's reasonable to expect that they would be supportive. If the commercial row property owners are largely supportive, I think there's a reasonable expectation that the votes would be there. It would take a lot of work to get through the public process and all the math on it. With the consolidation, with the consolidation and addition of the new areas. So it would be different than we've done before, but I think there's a reason to consider doing it differently. Now, back to your question of what is best, what's the best approach? I would say it depends on what's if your top priority is to see this maintenance district consolidation occur and to have confidence that the future streetscape project would have a funding source, then doing the whole CFD consolidation absent the design and getting that done sooner would make sense. If, from your perspective, you want to have a much higher level of certainty for the property owners on Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, and Church Street as to exactly what they would be paying, then I think the direction would be to do that design work and then delay the maintenance district consolidation realistically 2 to 3 years from this budget cycle. So sorry for all the detail, but it's kind of
no, it's helpful.
It's a little bit of a complicated web.
Yeah.
Mayor, may I ask a question at this
Of course.
point?
Yeah. Feel free to ask questions. We're
Okay.
respectful enough of one another, and it's a workshop.
We'll jump in.
Yeah.
So in this discussion down with Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, Church Street hasn't been designed yet. We do know, however, there's a couple large property owners. There's one in particular with a very large swath that will be required to build sidewalk and curb gutter on Jaboom Street. And then that area would then be dedicated to the town for maintenance if we didn't have this maintenance consolidation district, or how is that mechanism function?
So I think if the development project were to be built today or in the next year, absent the assessment district, initially that property owner would be responsible for the sidewalk maintenance on a one-off basis. And then if in the future the larger streetscape project fills in around it, and a maintenance district is created at that time, then that property owner would have a vote in terms of whether or not to form that maintenance district.
Pretty large vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So currently the design of this is scheduled in 2-3 years?
You currently have it starting in 2028.
2028, okay. So if we wanted to move that up or wanted to move consolidation up, we have to bump something else.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you recall in the last meeting, we gave you, the team put together several different ways for you to look at what the equivalent level of work would be. There was level of efforts assigned. There was information on funding sources. You can probably pull that back up if you'd like to see it again.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, that
trying
would
to find
be
it again
good to
now.
see if that could be brought up again, just as a reminder.
What was the meeting date on that again? Was it the
last meeting in April?
Okay, the 28th.
22nd.
Oh, 22nd.
22nd.
Thank you.
And while you're noodling on that, one other, I think, suggestion staff would make if the council wanted to pursue the maintenance district consolidation would be to request that TDMA take the lead on a petition that could be delivered, because we've heard from some members of TDMA that represent some of the property owners on Commercial Row. I think it would be helpful to have a more affirmative read that there's, at least a majority of the property owners on Commercial Row that would be supportive of this. And I think a relatively simply designed petition could accomplish that, which would also, I think, provide a higher level of certainty that this is an effort that's going to lead to a successful outcome for all parties involved.
And I think Becky kind of mentioned for the CFD consolidation process, a consultant would be brought on board too. So Dan, you're saying this petition would be like the first step, TDMA show us, and then if there's enough interest, then we would go down that path with the consultant. Okay.
And so the petition would read something like whether the members of TDMA support a consolidated facilities district encompassed by these boundaries, and there'd be a map. Is that about what it would?
Yeah, I think it'd probably be primarily focused on Commercial Row as being the group of properties that currently doesn't have a maintenance district.
Oh.
Could be a combination of Commercial Row and the Jaboom Street, Church Street, Bridge Street corridors to get a better assessment of the entire area that's not currently in the district. But I think the idea is to get a higher level of understanding by us as to what the relative level of hopefully majority support exists for this effort. And it would be, yes, it'd be something like, I am the property owner of, XYZ address on Donner Pass Road, and I understand, and I'm supportive of a maintenance district being formed to fund sidewalk maintenance. It would be something that specific.
But it wouldn't include West River, Brickletown. When you talk about consolidating, you just focus on north of the railroad tracks.
No, I think a consolidated maintenance district should include West River Street and Brickletown. And I think the working assumption there is a consolidated maintenance district would result in lower costs in those areas, and it's reasonable to expect that property owners would be supportive of a lower cost for the same service.
So all 5 areas.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they'd need to know it could be 3 years out in the event design goes first, and they wouldn't know what they're going to be assessed when they answer the poll.
The folks on Jaboom Bridge and Church would not have as much information, but I think we know what the approximate costs would be, so I think we could actually work with the advocates of this effort to provide some order of magnitude costs that could be incorporated into that petition. Be a range.
So just because I feel like we're getting kind of bogged down in this one, we've been 20 minutes on just this, and I know we have a lot to get through. I mean, the question really is, do we want to move forward with moving this into a CIP? If yes, what is the order amongst those two options? And then which of these here would we reprioritize, right?
Yes.
Just to bring us back to like the policy decision in front of us right
Yes.
now? Okay.
And do we have an update on the grant application pending for the active transportation plan update?
I do not. We're supposed to get an update this summer, so.
Oh, summer.
Sorry.
Okay. No worries.
So I'll just weigh in a little bit just to kind of kick us off. I think that, based on everything that staff and Becky have just shared, I mean, to me, it seems like it makes sense, even though we have done this sort of differently in the past, to have sort of the revenue infrastructure in place to be able to then move into design. I feel like we could spend a couple of years on design. There are businesses and stakeholders who are interested in doing this now. So I think there's some momentum there that we also probably want to capitalize on. So just amongst those two, before we even get to alternates for prioritization, that would be where that would be my preference. Maybe we just start there to see how folks feel on that and then move into prioritization. I'm not sure how you want to do that, Mayor.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but because this is a workshop and you can be a bit more informal, you have one member of the public here who I'm guessing might be wanting to provide public comment on this topic. And you could opt to open that up at this point while you're in this discussion so you can hear what that comment is.
I saw at least one hand, no, I saw two hands raised, but one person. Ms. Olivieri, would you mind coming to the podium and sharing your thoughts with the council and staff?
Stephanie Olivieri, downtown Truckee. I'm here tonight representing the Merchants Association, and I was asked to kind of go over the letter with you, but after we've talked here tonight, I want to give you a little history on how we got the district in the Brickell town area. It took us 3 attempts, and it was difficult. But we hired Bill Quisnell on the last try at it, and he was able to convince property owners of the importance of it. I believe by that time, I don't know, Dan, if we had a design and some figures.
We did. We were pretty well along on design.
Right, and that's what put it over the edge. So I'm, first of all, the downtown, the main street, the downtown is the last leg of this. We've never had a district, and it's been very difficult for the main street to function without it. No one, I mean, we have sporadic shoveling of the streets. We have sporadic landscaping. The Merchants Association raises money to pay for the lights. We wash the streets down. We wash the garbage cans down. We struggle with the trash in the alley, and the alley is another component that has to be considered in all of this. In order to really beautify our downtown, we've got to consolidate the trash bins. So I think we need a design for all of it, including Brickletown, Main Street, Church. Church is something we may need to think about because those are mostly residents. A lot of them are. It may be harder to get that over the goal line. So maybe leaving them out. Bridge, Main Street, and Brickletown and the alley have got to be designed and designed appropriately. And then we can go out when we have more information as a Merchants Association and do that petition and help you get some certainty on this. But I think that's the first step. And the Merchants Association Board of Directors is really willing to see this move forward. It's time. We need to pull it all together. And I think there is a savings when we get that piece done. Then we look at consolidation of everything because everybody, I think, would benefit from lower costs by that. So that's kind of where we are, unless you have other questions.
So Steph, I just want to be super clear. So TDMA and your position is really get the design so we have more concrete information to help get it over the finish line when you're going to the businesses.
Yes, design and some figures on the cost so
Yeah.
that we can go out and sell it.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for hearing me tonight.
So this brings me full circle back around, because my thought was getting the CFD organized, it would allow us to facilitate things like trash consolidation, because then we would at least have that maintenance district formed to begin those discussions. Is that not the case? Am I getting this backwards?
No, that's correct. And there's two approaches here. I do think to Stephanie's point about having a better understanding of how much this would cost each property owner. I think we can get that again for probably absolute certainty for about 85% of the property owners, and then probably within a 20% margin of error for the remaining 15%. But I think that, and the reason for that is we know what the square footage is in Brickletown. We know what the square footage is on West River Street. We know what the square footage is on Commercial Row. We would be estimating square footage on Jaboom Church and Bridge. So I think by and large, we could develop the cost information for the bulk of the area without as high of a level of design effort as we have put in place on prior projects, where it was a much smaller geographic area that we were trying to create the maintenance district for. So,
And remind me again, I know it's $1, one vote. What does the vote need to pass by?
50%.
50% plus one.
Plus one.
Okay, thank you. So we could establish that level of certainty for 85%. Doesn't mean that they would support it.
Right, that would be up to each property owner.
So just taking away Jaboom Street streetscapes would not be enough to offset the work required to do the design and then the CFD, the maintenance district?
Is the question, so we could do the, I guess I'm not sure where you're at. I think the CFD or the assessment district consolidation could kind of take the place of the 2028 start of the CFD, the streetscape project. Is that what you're asking?
Right, because the design, I'm assuming the scenario we follow is design first, then the maintenance district. And so my question, assuming that scenario, that timeline, would it be enough to postpone the Jaboom streetscapes to allow time to do the design and then?
When you say Jaboom streetscape, you're talking about the sidewalk improvement project going up to the Coburn Cross. Okay. Well, that one's currently scheduled to start in 2027, so we could take a look. It's probably different staff working on it, but it potentially swapping those in priority might get the streets, the Jaboom Street, Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, Church Street streetscape with the CFD assessment to consolidation done a little sooner, but not starting in 2026. Does that make sense? We could, right now, the Jaboom Street project going up to Coburn is currently scheduled to start about a year earlier than the downtown streetscape project.
If we said we want you to do design, which will take about 3 years in order to help pass a maintenance district, help sell the property owners on maintenance district, what do we need to take off, or what could we get away with removing in order to get started on the design?
So I'll jump in here.
Yeah.
The screen that you have in front
Yes.
of you, there's different iterations of this, but this one might be the most helpful.
Okay.
It sounds like you're leaning towards the Jaboom Street sidewalk or the Jaboom streetscape design first, which is a level 5 effort. So you could take out Trout Creek restoration. You could delay that, defer that. You could also defer the parking lot on West River Street. Might be a different conversation given what you approved earlier this evening. But those are the two equivalents.
Okay.
For two options. If you could combine some other level of efforts as well, but if you want to think about that while we get through the rest of it and come back, we can do that as well.
Can I ask, Jen, you said design. Is that really a consensus? I guess I was kind of hearing from Vice Mayor talking about like getting a better understanding of interest. Even I appreciate, Steph, your comments, and how with the 85% certain, some idea of what people would be charged, we would have an understanding. I guess I will start out, I'm still struggling of what would we remove from here. And I do see that these are all really important projects. So I'm still not sure that we bump any of these. You know, you ask about active transportation plan. I feel like that keeps coming up. Donner Lake homeowners, again, I think that fits into some of the stuff so like I wouldn't, and I know that wasn't one, but just, yeah. So I'm still, it's great that we have the TDMA who is interested in this and you want to strike when the iron's hot, but we also have had these irons in the fire for a while already. So yeah,
Just to help us move on, I'll say what I would prefer sitting here tonight is doing design as a prelude to the consolidation of maintenance districts and taking away the West River Street parking lot, but keeping the Trout Creek restoration. That's right now sitting here where I land. I realize I might be the only person feeling
Why
that
don't we
way.
at least try to get a response from you if I guess maybe I can just ask some questions. Is there consensus or two of you that want to move forward with the CFD and a prioritization? Forget about what you're going to have to take off the list at the moment. Is that a yes?
I would like to see that move forward. I think it facilitates the other concerns that we have with the alley.
So the follow-up to that, though, is if the CFD is a prioritization, do you want to do the design to inform the CFD or the CFD and then the design?
I'm design first.
And I know I'm using CFD instead of maintenance, but. So I heard one design first. I heard Councilmember Romack, not sure.
I would choose CFD before design to ensure they're, like, the funding, ensure there is actual support. So I would choose that first if we were eliminating. I'm still not sure that I want to eliminate.
Agreed.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I had said I felt like the maintenance district first to have the funding, but then we also heard from Steph, and I mean, she's on the ground and talking to the businesses every day and has sort of that deep knowledge and context. So I feel like I'm in a place of going, I don't know which one is better, honestly, right? I mean, if we do the funding mechanism first, there's a risk that the businesses don't want to do it. It doesn't get over the finish line. And then maybe you go into all of the design, right? And then you come back to it and try to get it over the finish line. I mean, I guess that's an option.
Okay, so.
It's what we did on the other maintenance districts, I guess.
Right, that's the normal process. So I'm going to ask Nikki to go back to the other slideshow. I'm hearing 2-2 split, and I think, Mayor, I heard you say earlier that you had spoken to Councilmember Pallavi, who was aligned with the design.
I'm not sure about that specific, about whether he wants design before a maintenance district or thinks ready to roll the dice on a maintenance district first.
Okay, we did hear clearly from him in I was going to say August, but in April, that he was interested in the CFD in some form. So while we move on to get through some of the other topics, just keep thinking of this. We'll circle back, but we are going to need an answer. You're not going to have a budget. I know it's a hard decision, but you can choose to pause something, you know, and we can revisit it, but we're going to need some direction to bring back to you in June.
If, for example, We didn't want to reprioritize any of those other projects because they've been in the pipeline for a long time. How far out is putting a CIP for a maintenance district in some future year?
It's probably in place of the streetscape project. So 2028, maybe we can look at options for 2027. But so it's a few years out.
So the streetscape project is currently in the CIP for 2028.
Yeah.
So if you did nothing today, that would be moving forward in 3 years.
And that, when I said 2027, there's the Jaboom Street sidewalk project that is starting 2027. So we could flip flop the priority and look at that too. So, but it's still a couple years out.
Okay, so with that, Nikki, let's move on to, well, they're noodling.
All right, now we're into the review of the divisional operation budgets. Under general government, here are the highlighted expenditures. We are proposing the addition of the assistant town manager position, $125,000 for specialized legal services. That's actually not a new expense, that's an ongoing annual expense, but we did want to highlight it. $25,000 has been included for tasks related to implementation of the organizational assessment recommendations, a 20% increase in the town's general liability costs, 3 new positions in administrative services, $25,000 for new software to help with HR functions, and $45,000 for IT implementation of a robust and immutable backup and disaster recovery solution. It's just some highlighted expenditures from the various divisional budgets. On the public works side and engineering, we have the new bringing back the engineering manager. Heavy work in the capital improvement projects, continuing to provide encroachment permits, public art commission, GIS mapping, and $60,000 for new software supplies, including a new construction management software. On roads and snow, they're going to be working on striping. They did increase their budgets for inflation and tariffs, particularly for snow stakes, signs, and chains. The lighter winter that we had this year meant that we have fewer chains to replace in fiscal year 25-26, which is great because they're very expensive. On the fleet facilities and trails side, we have 2 new facilities maintenance workers funded via Measure U and the CFD funds / maintenance district funds. New safety coordinator position for public works and fleet facilities trails, and $35,000 for trail maintenance supplies, including dog waste stations and bench signage. In community development, they are continuing to focus on the general plan implementation with a strong focus on the housing density bonus program. They're supporting the private development, including tract homes in Coldstream, townhomes in Grays, Soaring Ranch, and other residential and commercial development. Building activity is expected to remain steady, except for we have noticed a decline in new single-family residence starts, but we have pretty high levels of work in remodels and mechanical, plumbing permits, deck replacements, that type of work. We have included $150,000 in building for outside plan review, just to augment staff capacity when or if necessary. And the code compliance team is implementing a new software data ticket to help with code compliance citation appeals. We have started using that platform for STRs, and it's gone well, so they're expanding into our other appeals in town. On the public safety side, this says 26 positions, but it's actually 27 with the new sergeant. We removed the police administrative manager and moved that to a a sworn position, and they have $18,000 increase to the Nevada County Dispatch contract, and $10,000 moved from support to patrol for communication system maintenance. In emergency services, we had a $516,000 increase to account for the wildfire contract with CAL FIRE, and that is to align with the area recommended by CAL FIRE. We can talk more about that one. I know that one was a heavy topic. And we also added an emergency services coordinator position. In the support section of police, we are maintaining the town's existing watercraft inspection program. And there's a $4,000 increase in DUI and narcotics analysis fee as part of the department's focus on DUI enforcement and continued work on disaster preparedness.
Can I pause you there?
Cuckoo! No.
So, we previously talked about the CIP that included our roadway vegetation management for wildfire, and that really is essentially the land that the town owns. I mean, we have a few properties here and there, but the right-of-way is really the majority of our property, correct? And so we have an consistent investment over the years to get us to the point where we have treated all the facilities there. And then this is the emergency services, the one in the middle here. That's really our other category for wildfire mitigation efforts, including almost $1 million for CAL FIRE, an additional emergencies coordinator position, which I understand is going to help with all of the emergency evacuation planning, and coordination with other agencies. Is that correct? Coordination with other agencies part?
Yes, that's correct. And maybe James, our emergency services manager, might want to go up to the podium. Sorry, James, you don't have a microphone over here.
Yeah.
And he can give some more detail as to the different areas that we partner with other agencies in terms of emergency services. I do want to caution, it is for wildfire, but also other weather-related emergencies, other weather-related evacuations, if it's a snowstorm, other events like that. So I know we talk a lot about wildfire, but I can assure you that James is busy year-round with monitoring emergencies.
And that is an important point to make, because all of these efforts really are cross-pollinating our opportunity for disaster response. But we had a very, very long and detailed public comment wanting us to prioritize wildfire mitigation. So I just really wanted to highlight the fact that, you know, it appears to me we're really putting a lot into this. We're doing everything we can, but the majority of these services are provided by partner agencies. And this position is going to help us coordinate with them, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And so, I mean, you bring up a very good point. You know, outside not being large acreage land managers here at the town, we really try to focus a lot of those actual vegetative mitigation efforts along roadside, which has a couple of primary benefits. One is to reduce the likelihood that, you know, maybe a vehicle fire could spark a vegetation fire and spread into the open space. It also helps allow for improved egress and access, both egress for people trying to flee a wildfire and also access for emergency vehicles into a wildfire area. And so what we do is we focus on things that we have a lot more control over, and a lot of that's through coordination with some of these other agencies and focusing on evacuation efforts and planning. So we do a lot of both planning and training and helping support those efforts. Alert and warning is a big component of what we do. Of course, wildfire being the most prevalent threat here in Truckee, I always want people to be reminded, like we've talked about, that we face severe weather threats. We have really large threats with hazardous materials going through with the railroad and pipelines and the interstate that could severely threaten the safety of our community and our businesses. services. And so a lot of that has to do with alert and warning, which requires a constant ability to be able to send out emergency alerts. We're constantly pushing out code red signups to our community members and making sure people are signed up to receive those emergency messages. We also have to make sure that we have the sustainability and training to be able to send those messages out as well. And so having that additional staff member definitely helps reinforce our ability to have that constant coverage. We do have great depth and training within our staff and the support from the Nevada County Office of Emergency Services, but adding to that depth will only increase our reliability in sending those messages out. And so, that's a number of our efforts that we're focusing on in the Office of Emergency Services. The general plan, safety element outlines a number of work efforts. The majority of those are with coordination with other agencies and supporting those agencies that do have more direct control over wildfire mitigation efforts, and working with the planning side with our community development department, and working with those partner agencies, land use designations, ordinances and building codes, and a number of those factors. As you've seen, recovery efforts, both wildfire and just general emergencies, is going to be a big effort. And next year, it's going to require a lot of time and energy to be able to focus on making a roadmap for recovery for our community members and the town of Truckee. And so there's a slew of action items on our list, and this will definitely help support those efforts. But absolutely, wildfire is something I think about even in the midst of a blizzard. I think about, maybe this will benefit wildfire season a little bit and help support our fuels and the moisture levels there. But I'm constantly thinking about that. But we have to also be reminded that we are at risk of all risks here in Truckee, and we've got to focus on all that.
Thank you, James. That's very helpful.
Just want to add one of the biggest partnership programs that we had in terms of just visible demonstrations was the tabletop exercise that we completed 2 years ago, I think now. There's another one planned, I think, for this fall. There's 20 plus agencies here in the room going through an active wildfire activity. So those are the types of things that the town took the lead on coordinating, putting that together and hosting.
As well as the wildfire community meeting just a couple of weeks ago, and supporting our other local agencies with grants and letters of support for funding access. I mean, there's a lot that we do in this category.
I think something that isn't touted a lot but is very impactful, because the most impactful thing we can do is get individual property owners to prepare. And something that James is doing is he's going to the individual neighborhood meetings, to their Firewise meetings, and that's like a significant effort on his part because he has to be available on the weekends and on these extra times, but those are like some of the most impactful things that we can do, because it's getting the message directly to individual homeowners.
And I have just one follow-up. So I know we have the funding for this, and this is funding that's already in the budget, and then the 5% of general fund, the wildfire prevention designation, that's in addition to some of what we see funded here, because that's for future projects that will be identified, right?
That's correct. You have programs in the CIP like home hardening. You've funded them to a degree, but it's not significant, so that would be a source we could go to for those programs.
Do we have any type of projection? I think in the budget it said, like, for the sustainability designation, I think it gave 5% in kind of a typical range. Do we expect, I mean, it's 5% as well, so do we expect a similar range? Like actual funding dollars?
Yes.
Yeah, Councilmember, if you look on page, I think, sorry, I'm in the book, but there's a chart that shows it, and it's 2.5 million plus on average.
Thank you for that.
I am satisfied. We can move on. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry, James. And I understand we are going to come back to this wildfire mitigation designation. We're not to that slide yet. Is that correct?
We don't have a specific slide on it, so if you wanted to pause and talk about it now, this would be good.
Okay. Let me focus first on the last slide you had up. James, I want to go to the middle column, and also want to say I'm looking forward to seeing you on Saturday. And for the benefit of my fellow council members, I'm not opposed to an increase in the wildfire insurance, but I want to make sure I understand we're looking at this correctly. And so I have some questions on the distinction between the hazard map that's put out by CAL FIRE, their new hazard map, and the community wildfire risk assessment by the fire district. The severity map shows large blocks of squared off land. What's the minimum size of the units of map measurement? Are they doing it by square mile, quarter section, or what?
Unfortunately, I don't have the exact, I don't know what the right term is, but how granular that is. I don't have those measurements on it, but they aren't large-scale parcels that they use to develop that. So they basically use their philosophy is they figure if there's a wildland fire that's starting in the wildland, the open space, what is the likelihood that that fire could continue to spread into a developed urban area? And so that's what they consider the local responsibility area. So there's a number of factors they use to evaluate that, whether it's the vegetation type, the terrain, the climate data, prevailing winds, and fire history. And so that's how they see how much there might be an intrusion in what might propagate that fire. So they don't consider built environment. They really consider the environment that's existing on a 50-year time horizon. And so very much more like a hazard map, like a flood zone, the 100-year flood zone, 500-year flood zone. That's a better thing to think about for the CAL FIRE recommended and recently adopted fire hazard severity zones.
And then by contrast, the fire district almost draws curved lines. It's almost mapping some perimeter of a land where it distinguishes what it considers highly at risk versus more moderately at risk. And it's I'm correct, right?
That's correct. So
okay.
they take into mitigation actions that have been undertaken through fuels mitigation and other measures.
Okay. So what I'm getting out of is that actually the fire district has a more detailed map down to a more granular level, relatively speaking at least, takes into account fuels reduction, which leads me to ask, I believe this is your recommendation to follow the CAL FIRE hazard map. Use that as a base map, if you will.
So I do want to, clarify that a bit. And so, we have currently an existing coverage area under the Wildland Protection Agreement. In an ideal world where funds were endless and you didn't have tough decisions to make on where the tax dollars get spent, covering the entire town would provide the highest level of protection. But there is a significant cost to that. And so we have to evaluate that and make a recommendation based on what the agreement provides, which is a couple things. One, it's a insurance policy to where the town would not be financially on the hook for the suppression costs that would be associated with a large-scale wildfire, which are, can be hundreds of millions of dollars in certain cases. And so you have to take that benefit for one, but you also have a very much of an operational benefit with the Wildland Protection Agreement. So areas designated within this agreement on those lands get an instantaneous response from CAL FIRE. So they view those acreages the same as the state responsibility area. So when that wildfire first gets detected on that camera or somebody makes that 911 call, the wheels on the runway are rolling. You've got the dozers going down the roadway. All those specialized tools and equipment that CAL FIRE brings to bear are instantly going, as opposed to our local fire district, arriving on the scene of that fire and that initial incident commander saying, we don't have sufficient resources to combat this emergency, and requesting those. Now, CAL FIRE and our dispatch center and the Forest Service, they're all consolidated. So that process does happen faster than some areas within the state, but there are delays, and we've seen how important it is to limit those delays to make sure that they suppress fires and keep them. I believe CAL FIRE's goal is under 90% of their fires under 10 acres or less.
Okay.
Mayor, can I, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Vice Mayor, but I just want to remind you that the actual agreement is coming back to council on at the next meeting, and we will have CAL FIRE representatives here. Our intention is the agreement would be on consent, but CAL FIRE will do a presentation.
Good point.
So some of the details of this would be appropriate for that discussion.
One last question on that. Do you know how much acreage would be insurable if we use the fire district's map instead of CAL FIRE's?
Yeah, I didn't fully answer your question. Sorry about that. Okay. So, using the current map and acreage and using the fire hazard severity zones as a basis to explore expanding that based on the current acreage. And so that was used, but it wasn't just used as that. It was, what is the potential values at risk? What are the costs to suppress a wildfire? What's the difficulty to suppress a wildfire in a certain area? And that was used to build it. The Truckee Fire Protection District's risk assessment map really largely reinforces the map that we're proposing for CAL FIRE to use for protection for next fiscal year. With the only exception is that there's certain areas within Tahoe Donner that are deemed at lower risk, not no risk, but lower risk relative to certain other areas within the town of Truckee. However, due to fire history and throughout Tahoe Donner, the difficulty to get equipment potentially in there because of the limited number of ways in and out, the values at risk there, over 6,500 structures, that risk, all those things are going into the decision making on what recommendation that we're going to make on the coverage area. So it's definitely not an easy thing to compare versus the hazard map versus Truckee Fire Protection District's risk map. But all these things are factored in within the decision making on making a recommendation.
Okay, thank you, James. Then I have some quick questions coming back to the contingency fund, dipping into the contingency designation, if you will, and then also in terms of the items that might be covered under a wildfire mitigation designation. Do we already have a program for home hardening incentives or otherwise?
We do not have a home hardening incentive program per se. We have a proposal to develop one in the CIPs.
Yeah, okay, and is that part of doing also energy efficiency, maybe combining those two? I'm trying to remember.
There's a couple different programs. There's some incentives for building decarb that are proposed in a CIP. There are incentives for home hardening that are proposed in a separate CIP, and then there's a third CIP that actually kind of combines them together with a housing program.
Okay, and those would all be funded through the general fund? Is that the idea?
We have Measure E funding, we have Measure K funding, and general fund funding.
Right. Okay, and then for defensible space, that's pretty much the fire district. Or does the town have anything related to defensible space?
We have our roadside vegetation.
That's it. Okay. And then we don't have an estimate of what would be an appropriate contingency amount for catastrophes. We have the contingency fund is about $16 million now.
That's correct.
It's about 16 million. Okay, but we don't know what would be an appropriate amount or an estimate.
So the GFOA recommendations, that's the Government Finance Officers Association. Nikki, you can jump in if you would like, but I think their recommendation is 25% is about the target most communities hope for. We're at 40%, and that was established, I think, in early 2020. It was before I was here. The intention being that there would be funds available for emergency, whether it's recovery, whether it was in continue operations of the town, whether it was response efforts. That was why that was increased to the 40%. So when you say, do we have a target? We have a target of 40%. We're proposing that we break that out based on the direction we received in April to have 35% in the reserve and then keep 5% of that into this wildfire designation. That was the request that we were asked to do.
Okay, and so we don't know whether the 16 million is adequate to address a wildfire or some other calamity.
We wouldn't know that.
We don't have
There's GFOA is working on like new ways of modeling, so you can kind of get a probability of how much you would need based on your expectation of which potential disasters could happen. But it's honestly, without you just be guessing, because depending on the severity of the fire, as he said, it could be hundreds of millions of dollars to work on suppression efforts, and then you have, then you still have the whole rebuilding scenario. And so it's, I think it's better than most places, but the total impact of a disaster is just completely unknown. So it's hard to say what we would need in any instance.
Okay. And we're setting, if we adopted a wildfire mitigation designation, it would be about $3 million a year if we took 5% of our.
The total designation balance would be about 2.5 million in year 5 of the budget projections.
And in the first year, it would be just a little bit less.
Yeah, 1.7, I think.
Okay, we can.
I did have
2.3.
I did have one thing to add too, just an important consideration to know relative to declared disasters from the presidential level and the public assistance program. So as the way the public assistance program through FEMA is structured today, you need to spend, the local agency is required to spend the dollars to get those dollars back. And so unfortunately, a number of agencies have found themselves in tough spots because they don't have the capital to back up some of the important recovery work that needs to get done. And it's an important thing to consider when making choices on those reserves.
Yeah, and so we would always have the council, whoever's on the council, would always have the discretion to dip into the catastrophe contingency fund and redirect that designation to, I don't know, home hardening, defensible space, or what have you.
Any of the designations that we have would be subject to future councils. They could change those. You're adopting those by policy. The only thing a future council could not change is restricted funds. So, like the trials tax funding can only go for trials tax funds.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I thought this was a great idea. Staff being creative. I mean, this is an opportunity to spend our money to continue to try to do all we can to prevent disasters and be better prepared in our community. And to Jen's point, I was doing some research before too. And yeah, I mean, some recommendations are 16.7% of annual revenue. So from another government source. And so we're still double what recommendation is to have on hand. So I feel very comfortable that we are still being very prudent and conservative, and yet being able to spend money to help, again, our community to prevent disasters or be better prepared for them. So,
and I would love to just add, because I think we talked so much earlier about the importance of partnerships and being able to execute on this type of wildfire mitigation and prevention work. And, we're talking about this wildfire mitigation designation for future types of projects that might be identified. And we might not know the extent of those today or even later this year, but for example, because we partner so much with Truckee Fire, they might come with a project and maybe there's not enough funding, and we can contribute funding to help get that project executed, right? If it's protecting our community and it's a wise use of the funding that's in that designation. Like we've talked about home hardening. I think there are so many potential ways that funding could get put to use, especially through all of the different partnerships that we have. And I just want to kind of elevate that we can put it to use through our partnerships too, right? It doesn't only have to be when we have enough sort of staff capacity and time and everything like that, because we work so hard on these partnerships, right?
On that point, it's my understanding we can do that already. We don't need a wildfire mitigation designation to partner with other agencies or to provide funds. The council would have discretion to do that at any time.
Yes,
correct?
council would. I think by moving it into a wildfire prevention designation, we're signaling to the community that we have funds ready to go. The general fund contingency designation we've kept, we don't really dip into that one. That's not something that we use for capital projects. So you're right. We could in a future year move those funds, but I think by moving them now, you're kind of signaling to the community that council is interested in using those funds versus storing them aside for an emergency purpose only.
Okay, yeah, and my view is we're already making that signal without it.
Yeah, I think, Mayor, maybe we could continue on
Yes,
with this. And I think I heard
sure.
at least 3 people interested or in favor of
What
this.
I
So
heard
let's
too.
move to the next, if that's okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. Public transit. They are moving the TART Connect program, which has carried over 400,000 riders since its inception, into the operating budget. We did increase our insurance to insure the 6 new electric vans that were purchased for that program. And we increased the Highway 267 service for an additional 250 days and 55% for the community event shuttles, also working on the transit center relocation and construction projects. In Keep Truckee Green, we are adding a new administrative technician, 80% funded via the solid waste fund and ultimately the ratepayers. $3,360 to fund the operation of the town's EV charging station here at Town Hall. $21,420,000 for the Clean Tahoe litter pickup program. $18,400 for the third-party real-time municipal greenhouse gas emissions tracking software. $25,000 to develop a building decarbonization rebate and incentive platform, and $15,000 for community outreach materials regarding the town's sustainability initiatives. Then we go to additional town programs. This one has a lot on here. Economic Vitality, $238,000 for the Truckee Welcome Center operations, $362,000 for the Chamber Marketing and Business Support Contract, $80,000 for council-approved economic development programs and strategic partnerships for job growth. In short-term rentals, we are continuing to use GovOS software. We are adding $17,000 for auditing services for the town, for hotels in town. This is hopefully going to be offset by some amount of recovered taxes, and $10,000 for data ticket software. That was the same software we were talking about in code compliance, and they would be helping with administrative citation processing. In the housing division, in addition to all of the capital improvement projects that they're managing, there's $15,000 for community outreach workshops, and they will also be supporting planning in the 7th cycle of the housing element adoption, which kicks off next year. In community engagement, $60,000 to continue third-party interpretation of both in-person meetings and a lot of the town's written material. $50,000 for a new outreach partner grant program, and $30,000 for advertising, for more targeted social media advertising. That was a lot, so I'll pause.
Well, and I was just going to jump in. I feel like that 30,000, we heard about this in our operational assessment and the Air Diamond report of how sometimes our messaging is too much and we should be more targeted. So I appreciate staff. This is great that we're thinking about ways to be more targeted and reach folks. And then same with funding for community outreach workshops. So just want to give you kudos and highlight that tied into what we heard last time.
I just have a question on job growth, because when we went through the economic development element, we changed some language to take the emphasis off trying to expand businesses. We kind of changed it to economic vitality instead of business expansion. But I see job growth. Does job growth mean creating a larger workforce, or?
Yeah,
Good.
I think that I agree. I think that's probably not exactly the right term. It's really about how do we create
Professional development?
professional, high-value jobs
Okay.
that can support our local economy.
All right, thank you. On.
All right, so now we're going to move into the capital project portion. So we broke these out by types of projects, and we'll start with the bicycle path and trail projects. So if there are any projects that you want to discuss in this list, we will open it up for discussion. All right, next we'll move to, there's 2 community engagement projects, and then there are the facilities projects. These are related to town maintained facilities. Next,
I'm sorry, I just want to highlight on the Mogul, I'm still a little reticent about the benefit we get, the Mogul Lane connector to Pioneer Trail. Apparently, it doesn't necessarily save time, but it does serve northeastern part of Tahoe Donner. It would be shorter for them, not because of the connector distance, but because of the distance they would have to travel, I guess, to get to the Trout Creek Trail. You understand?
I would say that this project, it's pretty far out in the 5-year CIP budget. It's a little bit of a placeholder because it was identified as a priority in an existing ATP plan, which will be updated.
Thank you, Vic. All right, thanks.
next we have the housing projects. These are related to programs to help meet our housing targets based on income. So we have lots of different programs. Then we have a lot of miscellaneous projects that don't fit into any other category.
Yeah, and that was just going to be one of my 2 comments on the new software and budget presentation process. One is the this category. It was just a bunch of tiny little thin lines, so it was really hard to see the impact of those different things in the same way that we do with some of the other categories. So if there is any way to kind of group these, I think that would be really great. And then I know we're trying to stay in our color, our branded colorscapes, but the greens were really hard to differentiate. So that would just be, you asked for comments on these, on this presentation. This is a huge upgrade, really, really beneficial. But those were the 2 things that I kind of struggled with, of how many of these were in this one category in those shades.
Just briefly going back to that housing expenditures, I wanted to get a sense from my fellow council members what their sentiments are about the amount of money we're putting into THAP versus leasing, the leasing programs. And there was an answer to a question, if you read it, essentially pointing out we've housed a lot more of our workforce with the leasing program, but the THAP program is essentially in perpetuity. Once you can lock in a house, and you can't do that with a lease. Nonetheless, we're spending, I think, over twice as much on THAP than leasing. Is there any sentiment for shifting more money to the leasing program to boost housing over the short term for our workforce?
Yeah, I appreciated that question and staff's answer. It was interesting to see those numbers. Mm-hmm. But I think if we were to look at it on an annual basis and we look at the in perpetuity of the THAP program and the number of people that is housing or potentially can house, I think it's a really incredible investment. It is a lot of money, but it is in perpetuity, pretty much, unless somebody stays there for 55 years.
Right. Realizing, though, that in the cost comparison, because the per unit cost comparison was interesting, except there was no discounted value for the THAP requiring an upfront payment of the full amount, where the lease payment goes over a number of years. So that if you just look at the present value of money, the disparity is not as great yet the number of units we're able to allocate to workforce through the lease program is, what, 10 times higher?
Yeah, the other thing to maybe keep in mind is we don't have I'm not aware of a waiting list for lease to local, so it's not like there's people that we're turning away. We did have that for rooted renters, but we've doubled the budget this year. So I think we're trying to accommodate for some of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm comfortable, again, in perpetuity. It's also one of our goals to get a percentage of our housing stock that is deed restricted, so THAP helps with that. I also feel like our accessory dwelling unit program can lead to more rentals. So it's not just comparing THAP to lease to locals, because there's a lot of other components that could support rentals too.
Onward. I'm hearing from my colleagues they're happy with the allocation of money.
Is there anything in particular on this miscellaneous projects list that you'd like to talk about, the ongoing list? There's nothing new into this from what we presented in April, so I think we'll move forward. We can come back if you'd like to.
I have one silly question. The town anniversary acknowledgement, it looked like it was in 2029, but wouldn't our 35th anniversary be in 2028? That was just something, and maybe it was just the way I read it, I was wrong. So just something to check.
I think the town incorporated in September, if I'm correct, and so that'd be fiscal 29. So we would expend the money in fall of 28, but that would be fiscal 29.
Works for me. Thanks.
We want to make sure we're still here.
Yeah, we're celebrating the right year.
Roadway and water quality improvement projects, roundabout intersection projects.
So Reimagine Bridge Street, I think, was listed for 2027. I got two questions about this intersection the other day again, and when's the town going to do something? And so I think that if there's and I know a lot of work has happened on it, but just when construction or
we're still
Reimagine
we have
Bridge
a goal
Street.
of still trying to get to the 2026 construction season, but there's a lot of things that have to fall in place for that. So
got it. Okay.
And some of that is coordination with the railroad, continuing with that. So that's a little bit outside of our control.
I have a quick question on these. I saw kind of two general categories of when being roadway and water quality improvement projects, which is on here, and then stream restoration and water quality improvement projects. Those were two separate categories. I didn't see anything in either one of those categories for any projects that might relate to DIPS projects or Donner Lake erosion or any of those things. Am I missing something?
Yes, we do have those included in the Climate Partnerships CIP.
Ah, that's where they're hiding. Thank you so much. And
in
how
that
much is
long
in
list.
there? Yes. How much is in there for those?
I believe we have 125,000 for the erosion.
I think there's 200,000 total over a couple fiscal years for the bank restoration project. Part of that is for design, and whatever's left over for construction.
Yeah,
Help seed money for the construction.
Okay.
There's 125 for bank restoration and 15,000 for Donner Lake stewardship.
Okay. Yeah, and that's something that I will continue to ask my fellow council members for support on. I would like more funding in future years. I know DIPS is still working on their overall plan, but they have a lot that they want to get done. I want to have money set aside to fulfill those goals that DIPS has set out for. And I think that's also consistent with what the 165 or however many people that did the sign-on letter that are asking for of we need to protect this natural resource. So if I could, I would really like to see some more funds in the out years to support those future improvements.
I'm sorry, what's the sign-on letter?
The one that Katie Hawkins presented.
They're asking for money for dips?
No, they're not asking for money for dips. They're expressing concern about the erosion at Donner Lake and the impacts of our excessive visitation
Right.
to that
Okay, that's
area.
what yeah, that's the way I read it.
Just for consideration, Vice Mayor, the sustainability designation has fund balance left in it, so that would be a potential future funding source if projects come forward.
And we have a fund balance based on what we've accumulated to date, not on what we're expecting in future years.
Correct.
And what is that fund balance?
It has about $350,000 in it right now.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Erin's future planning efforts. I still would rather see it in a CIP, that we just put $100,000 or $200,000 in the out years for that. So that would still be my preference. But thank you for that option.
As you mentioned, our other water restoration project and streetscape improvement projects. And then our last category of studies and plan updates. With that, I think it brings us back to the question of the night.
I just saw the thank you page.
So before we delve back into this one, let's see if we can wrap up the future funding for the dips, because I heard the Vice Mayor brought that up, and I'm not sure we responded to that.
Yeah, and I would just like to reiterate again to my fellow council members, I'm not asking for staff time. This isn't even in the next 2 years for our staff work plan. I'm just asking for dedicated funding so that our partner agencies out there, which there are many, know that they can rely on the town to support whatever projects and plans they come up with to protect this natural resource. So it's not an impact to our work plan. We don't have to give up on anything else. I just want some money set into the future that I can point to and say, we got you, we can help you make this happen.
We can reprioritize some funding from one of the CIPs in year 5 to the dips.
Okay.
Yeah,
And we'll leave that project more unfunded than it is right now.
Yeah, I don't know whether to endorse it or not because I just don't have enough information. I want to see Donner Lake cleared up. But this reminds me of part of the reason I have so much trouble with wildland fire designation is it seems so just impulsive, just with little analysis. People jump on it. And if I had more information on which to make a rational decision,
I can speak
I'd
to
probably
DIPS.
support
They
it.
did come up with a very specific list of things that they want to work towards.
Okay, I didn't see it in the staff report. I didn't see it in the budget.
Yeah,
This is the
so that comes from participating in the DIPS meeting, and perhaps I need to request again that our facilitator of that program
sure.
send a letter of support or a letter outlining their future potential projects.
I think
and
we
then I think-
approved that 2 years ago, or last year we approved their work plan.
We did.
So it's been a while. We can resend that out.
Yeah.
And I think Councilmember Henderson, did you have something to add?
I understand if you don't support the wildfire prevention designation. We do have 3 who support it.
Right.
I personally find it offensive that you say I'm being impulsive with asking for that designation. I'm deeply embedded in our community and community conversations around wildfire prevention, around risk, around the very real threat that this presents to the entirety of the Sierra Nevada. So I do not view as what I've asked for as impulsive at all.
Yeah.
I view it as something coming out of months and years of conversations and our community's desire to prioritize this. So I just want that reflected in the record.
Okay. It wasn't conveyed And that was a problem I had. Alls I heard was you spoke with the fire chief, and I think we've all spoken with the fire chief. And I mean, if it just looked like there was more substance underlying it, it'd be easier to accept.
I
And
don't think
didn't
we
mean
need to
call
belabor
you
it. I
and-
think we have 3 who support it, so I'm comfortable
Oh,
moving on.
Okay, okay.
Can I ask a question, Nikki, though? You meant on the dips, fine if we reprioritize funding, but did want like sustainability designation fund balance. Do we go into our designations and if we get to a point where we've set aside money on any of them, I'm not singling out sustainability, kind of asking maybe a little bit, Mayor, I don't know if you're thinking this, but what happens if it's all just sitting in a bucket and we're not using it? Staff, you guys are constantly looking at fund balance and, hey, we could utilize it for this new program or this new thing. It's not like we sit on a lot of our designations that frequently, or would staff come forward and say, hey, we've got a lot in here, should we move it around? I'm just curious.
I think it kind of depends on the budget situation that you're in. So if we're in a situation where we're having trouble funding core services, then designations would be part of the conversation on how to readjust those to fund those services. And that might be the case in a recession, right? That might be a future council having that conversation. I think our goal is to try to expend them down when there's money in there, just so we're not holding on to a bunch of taxpayer dollars. We're trying to spend them for the benefit of the community. I think with what we've heard from some of the conversations and the requests about the designations is kind of what Nikki said, is to symbol to the community that this is a priority and we're setting money aside for projects. Again, we always try to go to them first in the case that we can, just so you're not seeing big fund balances there. And it also comes to, I don't think we've really, in the past 5 years, had a challenge of funding anything that you've asked for. It's been more about our capacity from a staff perspective. So it is kind of more of that symbolic. We've set this money aside for sustainability, and that means a lot more than probably wildfire mitigation or housing, right? Some of them are much more specific.
And the reciprocal is true too. One of the purposes, for me anyway, of the sustainability funding was to make sure that our sustainability manager and department knew that they had some funding that they could plan for, and they every year can assume that we might not get any more added to it, but they know they have that money to plan at least for the next year or two. And that was the other purpose of that. And I think it serves the same purpose with the wildfire designation. We have money that we can plan around.
And I feel like we already have it, but
So
you have 3 votes, so.
So I think we're moving on from the wildfire designation. I think for sustainability designation, or I'm sorry, for DIPS, let us go through and we'll work on reallocating some of that funding so there's some more money available for that. And that brings us back to the last question of the evening, I think, the CFD conversation. And maybe, I guess I'm not sure what we've heard in terms of it being a priority. If it is a priority, to rework the work plan to include this in some form, I think our recommendation would be for you to consider, let's get through Trout Creek design. That'll wrap up probably early 2026. We'll pause it at that point and maybe come back with a conversation then about the CFD and Jaboom Street design, and we can either move that forward at that point. Maybe we'll have some other suggestions by then. So if you can hold this question until the end of this calendar year, early next calendar year, we can move forward with that.
I thank you for offering us an out or a path forward, maybe is more descriptive. I appreciate that, and I could live with that. I do just have one question about the parking lot, the West River parking lot. It's a level dirt lot right now, and I think the plan or the expectation is we want to have that parking lot built and ready for use by the time the old trestle is opened. Is that accurate? I mean, we are going to have some parking spaces for the park, or we do at this point. So the intention is really to coincide with that opening, but we really don't know when that's going to be. Correct?
That's correct. There's some different trigger points in the agreements about when the Old Trestle team would contribute towards parking based on their process. I think as much synergy as we could have there would be good, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen that way.
So then that's my follow-up question. It's a flat dirt lot. They could use it still, even if they open before we've opened the lot, but that's probably not ideal. Correct?
In terms of a formal parking on with it not being paved, that's not something that we would support through because of our MPS permit. It should be paved.
Right. Okay. So delaying that really could be impactful to the opening of that business and vice versa.
I think too, I have heard from other business owners on West River Street of it'd be great to have more parking. And I do wonder again with neighbors, we heard from folks who live on the streets around there, concerns over are people going to park on our street? So also, I think getting to that, having a parking lot is more than just for the Old Trestle property, potentially. So to not be too stuck on, we got to exactly be timed there. And that's why I would support continuing to move forward with that project at this time. So we're ready to go, designed when it's ready to go to construction.
The reason I'm not pushing to have the parking lot put in is Old Trestle project is still fairly speculative and years away, could be years away. We have a parking problem everywhere. It's not unique to West River, so I discounted that reason slightly. At West River Street, business owners are echoing what people say all over town. That's why we're spending all the money on microtransit. So I'm fine with the dirt lot for now. Truckee Funk.
I think I heard though that there was some
over here
agreement on maybe going with Trout Creek, pausing once we finish design.
I'm comfortable with that. I think it makes sense. I don't think we have a good path.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was saying I appreciate the path forward. I don't think we have a perfect path forward here, right? Because we're trying to make decisions about what things that have been in the pipeline for a really, really long time. I mean, some of these have been in the pipeline for years already. So to pull back on them feels like a really, really hard decision. So I think that's honestly the best thing we can do at this point, and recognize that we evaluate these things on an ongoing basis and continually. So
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's it.
What's our obligation on the Trout Creek with the Water Quality Control Board?
We have different milestones, but the last milestone is to have it constructed by 2029, and just a portion of it, not the full length.
Okay. Is there any impact to the efficiency of the Public Works Department if we paused Trout Creek after the design?
And when we say design, we're talking about 65. So what we have under contract right now is 65% design. There's always some inefficiency when you put things down and pick them back up, but 65% design is not a bad place to pause, because it's a good time to start the environmental document. It's a good time to start searching for funding and start applying for grants. I think that's right now we don't have enough of design to really put together a great grant application, but with 65% we would.
Okay, so you'd be fine and the Public Works would be fine with pausing it the way it was described.
Yeah, I mean, I think it puts, getting it done by 2029 slightly at risk, but I also think I that's probably a logical place
Okay,
to pause
all right.
it, and we have time.
Right, thank you.
Also, we've heard from TDMA that there is support and interest in a CFD. Continue to encourage them to do some legwork and, more than, it was great to have a letter from them and stuff here today. But I think that could also, to Dan's point earlier, if we have a more understanding, wow, this is huge. Property owners are across the board in support, then that would also help us in 6 months or whatever know, okay, this is a good time to do this. So I would encourage TDMA, keep doing some work on it too, so we understand support.
Yeah, it certainly will create efficiency in our process, the more legwork they do. And then we could always get a rock star engineering manager, and maybe they'll just hit the ground running. You never know.
It's always good to have hopes.
And where's Dan anyway? Did he go home?
And not hopes that we're going to get a great engineering manager, because I know we'll get that, but it's always good to have hopes that we'll have more capacity. That's your last question of the night. So I think you're moving on to council reports, or you might want to see if there's any public comment.
Do we want to recap what we heard?
Yes,
just to make sure?
now is the time for public comment on our budget workshop. No one? Okay, surprise. Where'd the public go?
We lost them.
Do you want to recap what you heard in terms of changes? You have to go to a mic. We did look up, and it's about a 3.5% to 4% increase year over year in the personnel expenses.
Okay.
So the one
Okay,
change
that's-
is that we're going to fund the DIPS programs in the capital project. And I'm not sure that we heard any other changes.
I just don't have enough information on dibs.
That's all I have too.
Okay, so that's what you'll see in June.
I just like to make sure we're all in agreement on changes. So, one change, dips.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Do you want to go into council reports?
Oh, yes, let's do that. So much for public comment. You have direction on 8.1. Let's do council reports, starting with Councilmember Romack.
Just a lot of conversations with folks on a variety of issues heading into summer, but no structured meetings.
Oh, Councilmember Henderson.
I actually got to take some vacation time, so I didn't have any structured meetings either, but I did go on a backpacking trip with my 72-year-old dad, and we did one of the longest slot canyons in the world. So that was kind of special and amazing. So more meetings next time to report.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Yeah, a couple of conversations about post reports and community thoughts and feedback on that. And then I got to attend the Super Achievers lunch with the rest of town staff, which was really fun.
Okay, I attended the mayor manager's breakfast in Grass Valley or Nevada City, Grass Valley. And then the Tech Teens graduation ceremony here in Chambers. And the Tech Teens is about exposing high school students to technology professions. It's a really valuable, I felt it's a really valuable thing where it's a partnership between the town and the chamber. Chris Hardy pretty much leads it. And the reason I so much appreciate it is it's helping Truckee kids see a future in a profession. And I from personal experience, I realize how valuable that is. I met with David Diamond to talk about implementation of both his recommendations and Baker Tilly's recommendations. And then had a meeting with Councilmember Polivy about the work plan as well as the budget. attended Good Morning Truckee, where the topic was river health and cleanup. That was the Watershed Council spoke, SWEP, the Headwaters nonprofit, and then clean up the lake. And my big takeaway from that was discovering how big and sophisticated clean up the lake has become. They're going 50 feet deep now. They have a lot of divers. They're developing a national and international reputation for cleanup. And that's not to mention everything they've accomplished in Donner Lake, as well as Tahoe. It's nice to have them be our own home organization. And then the last thing is Nevada County Transportation Commission. I had attended that, and they just went over their 3-year audit and then talked about needing a biomass facility in particular because they're in a non-attainment area for ozone and at risk of going back into a non-attainment area for particulate matter. And so with all those forest fuels, they need to figure out a way other than trucking them a long distance with diesel trucks to dispose of the fuels. That's it. Gosh, are we done?
Go
Yeah.
biomass.
Okay, let's go. It's only 9:21. That's not too bad, is it? No. Okay, adjourn. You don't want to sit around and talk about it?